Arcturian Group 2020 messages channeled through Marilyn Raffaele. Newest channeling, about a month, at onenessofall.com. You can sign up on the newest message page to receive them free by email. Jan 12. Accept, dear ones, you intellectually understand, but must actually accept, that you are so much more than you have been led to believe. Throughout lifetimes, humans have been manipulated and taught that they are little more than animals, deserving of and needing harsh treatment, and incapable of making proper decisions, and must look to those more qualified to tell them what is right or wrong or how to live. Because of this, many unconsciously still carry old energy from those lifetimes in cellular memory. As long as these energies remain active, they can, and often do, manifest, seemingly out of nowhere, as experiences of either overt aggression or its opposite, powerlessness. As old and dense energies clear, both personally and globally, some are experiencing deeply buried energies of fear, aggression, or powerlessness and not understanding why. Because low resonating energy cannot align with the higher, these must be cleared. This often takes place through dreams but through experience and emotions as well. Allow the clearing process to take place without resistance, or the belief that these things are who you are. Negative emotions, thoughts, or feelings are never who you are. Allow them to move through and out, without attaching power to them. When mankind was much less evolved, rules and guidelines were important, and often necessary for staying alive. However, mankind has evolved beyond those times, and many of these guidelines have become obsolete and no longer necessary. More and more, the concept of a ruling class has devolved into being simply a means for power over others. Beliefs in duality and separation have and will continue to perfectly manifest pairs of opposites as long as they continue to dominate collective consciousness, simply because consciousness is the substance of form. Mind, being an avenue of awareness, interprets what it sees according to the state of consciousness of the individual or collective. Demonstrations and actions hold an important place in helping to change world awareness, but unless guided from within to bring your light to some situation through participation, most of you will not be called to demonstrate and protest. Those awakened and evolved usually serve on levels more in alignment with their state of consciousness, bringing light to the outer scene through silent alignment with God alone is. Pre-birth, every individual chooses the experiences he needs and is spiritually prepared for, in order to learn and evolve during his time on Earth. A person with a weak and powerless personality, who has always allowed others to run his life, may feel ready for, and thus choose, experiences that will force him to empower themselves. Example: after having never held a job, always looking to others, and believing self to be a victim, he or she may be forced into empowerment after finding themselves in do-or-die situations following the death, abandonment, or withdrawal of those who have always enabled them. Loving occasionally means allowing another to fall flat on their face. When you continue enabling someone who has had many opportunities, you take away their job, which is to learn and grow. Those new to life on Earth get a great deal of assistance when choosing life experiences and are guided to choose only what is not beyond their ability to complete. Those more experienced and evolved make the majority of their own decisions, along with the others who will be involved. Older souls are well aware of where they have failed in the past and what they need to learn. However, all choices are lovingly guided and approved pre-birth, based on each soul's readiness, rather than their enthusiasm. You have entered a time in which many are opening to deeper levels of awareness through painful and intense life experiences. Most are, as of yet, unaware that they themselves chose these or similar experiences, either simply for the experience itself, or to force themselves deeper within. Wake-up calls are often necessary for those who are spiritually prepared, but who refuse to budge from their three-dimensional comfort zone. Most are unaware that when they realize some new facet of truth, they are in fact simply remembering it. Truth is, always has been, and can only be, already fully present in the consciousness of every person. It does not flow from some outside source, for there is no outside source. All truth flows from where it has always been, just awaiting recognition within, even though it often appears to come from a teacher, book, class, channel, or practice. Evolution is simply remembering. At no time have you ever not been the fullness of God expressing itself. You who read these messages are ready to release yourselves from all remaining self-created prisons of illusion. The world is not an illusion, as many have been taught and believe. Rather, the three-dimensional concepts of the world are the illusion. A tree may appear to be an inanimate stand of wood to three-dimensional consciousness, but those able to see high-dimensional energy see the light of life flowing in, through, and around every branch and root, connecting it to every other tree. Tree huggers are not hugging a piece of wood, but rather are connecting with the one same divine life essence each holds. Learn to look beyond all appearances, large and small, good or bad. God is not just in good appearances and not in the bad ones. Both are mind interpretations, flowing in accordance with the state of consciousness and conditioning of the observer. Because there is only one consciousness, everyone in alignment with the conditioned collective sees the same thing. This is what is meant by, you must come out and be separate. When you react strongly to some negative appearance, you feed it energy, allowing it to continue. Stop feeding world concepts based in duality and separation. Honestly examine your belief system in order to understand if, or how, you may be doing this. Rest in your divinity rather than your humanness. You are ready. Understand and accept that everything reflective of duality or separation is nothing more than a mind-formed illusory corruption of some underlying reality. Everyone comes to Earth for the experiences they have chosen, based on what they have not yet experienced or need to learn. However, once on Earth, this is forgotten, as the person sees and experiences physical and emotional struggles, as well as success. Both are tools for learning but become obsolete and no longer necessary once a person attains a consciousness of oneness and the non-power or reality of appearances. This is not to say that problems completely cease upon awakening, for as long as one is living in the three-dimensional world, the pairs of opposites will present themselves. However, those living from a higher level of awareness will find them occurring less frequently, and usually for the purpose of drawing attention to some ingrained belief needing to be recognized and cleared. You will find yourself intuitively guided to the right person, business, or service capable of assisting with the problem, if you allow and trust your oneness with harmony and wholeness. Cease endowing problems with power. Ask yourselves, what is this experience teaching me? What am I believing that is causing me to feel this way? Is this belief true in the light of the truth I know? You will discover that a great deal of what the world has labeled good or bad, acceptable or not acceptable, began as nothing more than popular opinion, given credibility through acceptance, allowing it to become a rule, law, or societal norm. It is time to let go of everything false, and rest in the truth that all is, and can only be, whole and complete, because nothing exists outside of the One. Well, things don't look so whole and complete, you say. Three-dimensional appearances will always appear to defy and take precedence over truth, simply because, at this time, the majority remains capable only of comprehending the material, that which they can see, hear, taste, touch, or smell. This is why the journey of every aspiring master is difficult, especially in the beginning. Never deny appearances, but rather, simply acknowledge them for what they are, and do what you may be guided to do too, for self or the others involved. Do what needs doing, but do it with the detachment that comes of not giving appearances power for good or bad. Occasionally, a misguided truth student will consider it spiritual to simply spout, "God is all. Everything is illusion," and do nothing during difficult times, pretending to have attained a consciousness of the Absolute while it remains only intellectual knowledge, is three-dimensional thinking. Yes, know the truth, but then take whatever actions you are guided to take, which more and more will become interactions. This type of thinking frequently occurs around health issues. A serious student does not address some issue in the belief that he must hold to absolute truth, or spiritually fail by looking to some outside medical assistance. Assistance is offered on all levels, and it is all spiritual. Know the Absolute and bring it to conscious awareness, but then take whatever human footsteps you are guided to take, without assigning power to the situation. You will soon discover that the sky does not fall down, nor is there any spiritual regression. Some of you may be called to work in the outer scene, to take a stand, lead some group, and solve world problems. But most of you at this time are doing spiritual work by living each moment in silent awareness of one reality, always expressing itself. This work is not for the faint-hearted, because you are not yet the majority, and it can be very tempting to simply go with the flow of majority thought. As you live from your highest level of realization, in each now moment of every seemingly ordinary day, not hoping, seeking, looking for some future event or miracle from on high, you will begin to witness personal and global change that is inevitable. Ordinary, familiar, and commonly accepted beliefs within governments, organized religions, health fields, education, finance, etc., will begin to change and evolve into higher and better form. In the meantime, let go of expecting and looking to this or that to appear and save the world. These types of beliefs were born from the old belief system and meshed in separation. You are the change you hope to see, and have been seeking for lifetimes. You are the Holy Grail, God and Savior, but have not known it. You know it now, so allow these old concepts to fade into the nothingness that they are. Live each now moment in conscious union with your divine self, while allowing the heathen to rage however it pleases. Consciously live the events, chores, joys, and disappointments of each day from center, from that silent, secret, and sacred place of oneness. This is light work, you being you. No group of ascended masters, evolved extraterrestrials, angels, or gods, somewhere in another dimension, can do the work for you. It is why you chose to be on Earth at this time. Allow your consciousness of oneness to express itself as you. We are the Arcturian Group. Jan 26. Allow, dear readers, welcome to our message of hope and guidance. Much is soon to manifest that will cause many to question personal beliefs and those of the world in general. Allow your spiritual journey to unfold without limitations that consist of nothing more than concepts and beliefs based on the experiences of others, for every person's inner journey is individual and authentic. Allow, by truly accepting that you are not the person you believed yourself to be, but are a divine being, an expression of source consciousness, who formed for yourself a physical body, in order to work and live in the denser energies of Earth, a three-dimensional interpretation of the real body, one of energy and light. You are more than ready to identify with the reality of who and what you are. Self-sustained, self-maintained divine consciousness. Within self-sustained and self-maintained exists every divine reality, everything ever believed to be lacking: abundance, harmony, wholeness, safety, security, peace, completeness, intelligence, companionship ad infinitum, just awaiting conscious recognition. This is the secret of life, the Holy Grail, hidden in plain sight, where most never think to look within. Divine qualities have always been, and can only be, fully present within every individual, simply because divine consciousness is all that exists, manifesting itself in infinite forms. Beliefs of duality and separation have created a collective consciousness that believes itself separate from other people, animals, plants and all living things, as well as from God. The ups and downs, good and bad experiences of daily living, are simply duality in expression, for there is no unexpressed consciousness. This is the work. What am I holding as truth in my consciousness? The three-dimensional experience is like someone having a large bank account that they are unaware of, and so live in poverty and need. However, each day more people are waking up to realize that much they have always accepted as true regarding every facet of daily life is simply not true. It is at this point that food, entertainment, activities, and desires begin to lose their appeal, and he or she begins his or her journey toward his or her as of yet unknown bank account. Never attempt to reclaim the past, dear ones, for once the lesson of some experience is complete, it is no longer needed. As you shift into ever higher states of awareness, you are no longer in alignment with much of your past. Some attempt to recreate the past, clinging to nostalgia for the good old days, in the belief that these times were better, but which in reality held the same dense and negative issues the world is witnessing today. In general, the unawakened majority of earlier times surrendered their personal power to others, thus allowing the same dense and negative issues of today to be ignored, denied, or covered up. Struggling to achieve, or attain, some long-held goal, simply because you once set it for yourself, can be wasted effort. The chosen lesson may very well have been about the journey itself, and not in achieving the goal. This does not mean that guidance from within towards some goal never happens, but rather means that if its attainment is fraught with continual roadblocks and negativity, the goal may be based in concepts rather than in a guidance. Goals are usually based in some concept of success or happiness that must be attained in order to feel fulfilled, or worthy of acceptance, love, respect, etc. Many, once realizing that they have not and will not attain some personal goal, experience a sense of failure. Others who have actually attained some goal are discovering that it did not bring them the fulfillment they expected. The evolutionary journey is about growing through experiences, until one reaches the point of being able to access learning from within. Once an individual is willing to honestly examine their belief system, they begin to understand that successes and failures are tools that allow one to recognize and re-examine their beliefs regarding success, value, and worthiness. Many committed suicide during the Great Depression, especially those who lost a great deal of money. They did not understand that the same infinite source that manifested it in the first place could do it again. They believed that their money came from themselves, and was thus limited. These dear ones, in their next life, will be more aware of the deeper truths of abundance, by virtue of having been helped and taught between lives about their experiences. This is how the evolutionary process works. Frequently, someone who is extremely talented at art, science, or some other talent will completely lose interest in it, to the dismay of those around them. This happens because they have attained this particular goal and it is complete. Every person continues to seek fulfillment on and through all levels of awareness throughout lifetimes, until finally they are ready for true fulfillment and the experiences of conscious oneness with Source. Every dream and desire, no matter what it is, or how ordinary, mundane, or even negative it may seem to others, relationships, money, education, power, etc., is in reality the inner pull that every individual has to, once again, experience their innate oneness with Source. The divine is always, and can only ever be, itself within every individual, which is felt as desire for what one believes will bring happiness. Every human feels this divine presence, but does not understand what it is. This deep yearning for oneness is interpreted by three-dimensional consciousness as the perpetual seeking for fulfillment in the outer scene, goals and desires that one believes will bring wholeness, according to the state of consciousness of the individual. Even a murderer believes his goals are valid and will make things better for him or her. Every person chooses their earth experiences pre-birth, according to what they believe will help them spiritually grow beyond their old belief system. The homeless person may very well be a very evolved soul who, pre-birth, recognized the need for a deeper understanding of issues that surround lack and limitation. The transsexual person that so many label immoral, wrong, or disgusting, is a person who has lived many lifetimes as one gender, and recognized the need to learn and experience the energies of the other gender, in order to bring their masculine or feminine into balance. However, once on Earth, they forgot this and began to identify with their dominant energy. Because they are unaware that they are consciousness, rather than just a physical body, they believe that, somehow, they are in the wrong body, become confused, despondent, and spend their lives attempting to, once again, be the energy they more closely resonate with. None of these issues are right or wrong. They simply represent the learning process of every individual. Judging, criticizing, or humiliating others with regard to the experiences of their journey are the actions of an unawakened consciousness. As more come to understand the reality of consciousness versus physical, judgment and criticism lessens and is replaced by more receptivity to giving and receiving assistance in the form of practical advice, guidance, and acceptance for those struggling with some issue on any level. As individuals come to know who they really are, they can be shown how to release and clear old energies holding them in bondage. Know that judgment and criticism can only take place if this energy is already present. It is usually held unknowingly in cellular memory about self, and then projected outwardly onto another. As a person is able to love and forgive themselves, they find that the judgment and criticism they have held for others begins to simply fade away. Some are very young souls, which have not been on earth enough times to accumulate wisdom or personal power. They live in fear, believing themselves vulnerable to every three-dimensional concept they learn about. They need the structure of rules and laws in order not to harm others or themselves. Others have been on Earth many times, but need more three-dimensional experiences in order to grow beyond their need for them. These are people who are kindly, but who usually hold rigid concepts about what they have been taught, and, as of yet, are ignorant of deeper truth. Then there are the old souls, those who have lived hundreds of lifetimes on Earth, during which they have experienced almost every good or bad that could be experienced. They have lived as all skin colors, in all societies, and as each gender many times, resulting in a state of consciousness that is wise and compassionate toward all people and life forms. You who understand and seek to always live from your highest level of awareness are the old souls, the way showers. You have the ability to carry light for those who wander through the dark maze of third-dimensional creation, seeking a path out of it. Let your light shine. Dear ones, you have earned the right to shine. No more. I am not worthy. I am not the yet. I need more time. These are third-dimensional games, dear ones, and you have moved beyond the need for games at any level. You are ready. Shine your attained light silently and secretly, wherever you are, in each now moment, be it simply petting a lonely dog or speaking a kind word to a stranger. See, hear, taste, touch, and smell the reality of everything, for no one thing is more holy or spiritual than another. Recognize all experiences, the good and the bad, to be signposts, directing you to more deeply understand that what you may still be holding in consciousness as power. Allow the awareness you have earned, through lifetimes of dedication and hard work, to come into fruition as your everyday world. See through your awakened eyes, and allow your every word to flow out on an energy of unconditional love, even if those words occasionally need to be firm. Allow, not in the sense of giving up, but in the sense of trusting that there is something great taking place, beyond what human appearances testify to. Allowing is natural for a consciousness able to rest in the reality of I am. It is knowing without question that it will, and can, only function as itself, manifesting its ever-present harmony, even in the midst of pain, chaos, and suffering. It is who you are. Now claim it, live it, be it. Allow. We are the Arcturian Group. Feb 9. Let go. Dear ones, the world is increasingly moving toward more revelations with regard to negative actions and those involved in them. Be not afraid of what you may see and hear from commercial news sources or your technology, for everything that resonates with old energy cannot help but change, or actually disappear, as new and higher frequencies integrate into the collective. Many commonly accepted rules, beliefs, and concepts that over time have resulted in today's belief system must be exposed for what they really represent, before those who consider them acceptable will be able to see them for what they really are. Programs based in false beliefs and the surrendering of personal power to those who seek it for themselves. Appearances would testify that mankind is going backwards and reverting to an old state of consciousness. In reality, consciousness is going forward. Each day, as higher frequencies of light increase, more individuals become aware of what, up to now, has either been sanitized through false teachings, or simply hidden behind closed doors. Allow your light to shine in each now moment of the day, for this is what adds to the incoming frequencies of light flowing from higher dimensions. Accept that you are the one you have searched for over lifetimes. The high resonating energy of each awakened consciousness is what will bring change, expose shadows, and assist the unawakened to wake up. All is proceeding according to plan. Rejoice as you witness increasingly more people become aware of the need for change and better ways of living for all rather than a select few. Changes are coming, but don't spend your days waiting and looking for them, while dwelling on and adding energy to negative appearances. Rather keep your focus in truth, in the higher frequencies of conscious oneness with Source and what that means. Remember, you are creators. Honestly examine how much time and energy you spend thinking about negative issues, and learn to be very selective with regard to networking, websites, or groups that easily pull followers into dense energy under the guise of information. Many of you are beginning to recognize an energetic heaviness when visiting certain websites, news sources, or even entertainments. Be intuitively selective with regard to what you accept into your consciousness. Many sites that began as light fun and interaction with others have become platforms for promoting fear and separation. Understand that as your consciousness increasingly shifts to new levels, you automatically move out of alignment with some previous interests, online or in person. Attempting to make something from a previous state of consciousness work as it once did is futile and only serves to hold one in bondage to energy that is familiar, but which has been outgrown. Be very honest with regard to how some people, places, or things affect you, and have the courage to withdraw from them if they no longer serve. Not only are you changing, but many things that began innocently enough also changed, as they were recognized to be excellent platforms from which to promote an agenda. Always listen to and trust your intuition in these things. There is much to come, dear ones, much that we cannot yet speak about, for we do not wish to influence you or cause you to sit back, awaiting the arrival of some concept of Savior. Love yourselves, all of yourselves, not just the good parts, and allow your inner process to unfold. A great deal of clearing, physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, is taking place at this time. Many of you are experiencing odd symptoms of one sort or another, on one or all levels. The clearing of old energy is individual, because energies needing to be cleared result from individual experiences and different lifetimes. One person's process may be to actually re-experience something, while another's will simply be to feel exhausted or sick. Allow you process without comparing it to another's. Allowing indicates a consciousness able to trust that the God I am of your being knows how to express itself as and through you, without your need to tell it how. In every situation, simply say, I allow, rather than teach me how to allow, because if your intention is to be taught, opportunities for practice will indeed present themselves. Rest and pamper yourself when you feel the need, but don't endow your clearing symptoms with power. Love and support your physical body as it clears old cellular memory and integrates new frequencies of light. Speak to your cells, telling them to release lower resonating energies acquired through inheritance and experience, and allow frequencies of light to replace them. Visualize bright golden light moving into each cell and pushing out any shadow as it does so. Everyone at some point reaches a level of awareness in which they must cease looking to others for love, cooperation, gratitude, appreciation, friendship, support, etc. Even from those where it is most expected. These things are God qualities, facets of oneness, that human beings in and of themselves do not have to give. Looking to some person for what God alone possesses can only result in disappointment, because individuals are only able to express God qualities at the level of their attained state of consciousness. Every person eventually evolves to a place where they must begin to acknowledge their oneness with Source and seek only from it. This then allows whatever is needed, be it the solution to a problem or the receiving of appreciation, to manifest outwardly through the avenue best qualified. Solutions often appear through a person from whom it is least expected, or even a stranger. Never doubt that what you need will appear, often before you know there is a need, if you rest always in a consciousness of divine completeness. Third-dimensional energy is, and always has been, about looking outside of self for everything. This is because third-dimensional energy can only express as duality and separation. Enlightenment means realizing that harmony, wholeness, completeness, abundance, love, acceptance, appreciation, safety, security, and infinite supply are already fully present within, never dependent upon outer appearances, but rather upon a conscious realization of self versus self. God qualities express and flow through humans, but can never flow from them, simply because human beings in and of themselves do not have these qualities to give. Once you understand this, you stop being disappointed by another's lack of empathy, appreciation, friendship, love, support, or gratitude, because you understand that every person is only capable expressing God at their level of consciousness. Everyone is expressing their highest level of awareness. By not expecting another to give what only God has to give, you are loving and allowing them to be who they are at this particular point in their evolutionary journey. At the same time, you are allowing yourself to trust that what you may seem to need at any given time already exists within, and so you allow the God qualities of your own divine consciousness to flow, wherever and through whomever is the best vehicle. In these times of change, you are witnessing the disappearance of much that has always been held as being tried and true, facts about successful living that you could rely on. Fear often arises for even the spiritually evolved when, suddenly, they discover certain solutions no longer work or carefully laid plans fall apart. You have all lived lifetimes based in mind alone, where plotting and planning was the only acceptable way to resolve issues of any kind. Shifting away from mind alone and into truth and intuition is difficult at first, when things begin to no longer work the way they are supposed to. Because almost everyone still carries frequencies reflective of familiar and commonly accepted ways of doing things, panic, confusion, and fear will often manifest as an individual moves to a level of consciousness that requires trust and allowing. Begin to put everything you have learned about truth throughout this and your many other lifetimes into practice and begin to totally embrace the fact that you are a divine being, having third-dimensional experiences through your own choice. Spirituality was all well and good, and even quite comfortable, when it was something discussed in classes, listened to in lectures, read in metaphysical books, given through a psychic, or by meditating now and then. It was something you enjoyed with like-minded people, and left you feeling holy, and perhaps even a little better than those who didn't know what you did. That work is complete. You were ready to leave behind spiritual tools based in a sense of separation that promoted struggle in vain attempts to contact some far-away God or become enlightened. You came to believe that spirituality could only be attained through effort, ceremony, right practices, and a whole lot of work. You now know that everything you sought through these practices is within. You may still be guided to seek help from a certain teacher, book, or class to help you move through a stuck place, but spiritual tools are never intended to become one's lifeline. A continuing reliance on anything outside of self simply prevents one from realizing that everything they need is fully present within. The books, classes, crystals, mantras, and gurus necessary to one's earlier steps are meant to be bridges leading within. Example: crystals carry unique and often very powerful energy, but are meant to align with and strengthen this same energy within the individual, rather than give them something they don't already possess. Those of you who are spiritual teachers in some capacity must keep in mind that it is vitally important that you never allow human ego to keep your student coming after they are ready to go solo. A spiritual teacher's job is to give wings to each student as they lovingly guide them toward realizing their oneness with Source. Integrate each truth as it reveals itself to you and live from your highest attained level of awareness. At some point, it begins living itself as you without effort or study on your part. Most of you are either already there, or close to it, or you would not be drawn to or even understand these messages. Let go, dear ones. Let go and jump off that spiritual cliff you have teetered on for so long. Allow your divine self to be your sword and shield. Accept that you really are a divine expression of God in material form, and never have been a powerless human subject to all the manifestations of duality and separation. I am everything I have sought for lifetimes. There is no longer any need to keep seeking. We are the Arcturian Group. Feb 23. Recognize, dear readers, we hold a great deal of love and respect for you who have chosen to be on Earth during these challenging times. You chose to enter this incarnation, fully aware that it would be a time of energetic shifts and difficulty, but you wanted to participate, knowing that your awareness could help others. If you believe that you only recently woke up from the three-dimensional dream, you are wrong. You who align with these messages are not new souls, just learning about truth, even if it seems that way. If you had not already attained a high level of awareness in other lifetimes, you would not be in alignment with the higher truths you are now integrating. You are wise, seasoned, and prepared to make the dimensional leap by virtue of having learned, through hundreds of lifetimes, some good, some bad, and some just plain horrible. Having already attained a high level of awareness, you knew that these times of dimensional shift would offer you opportunities to bring everything full circle and into third-dimensional completion, allowing you to become the whole, complete, wise, and evolved state of consciousness you always sought. High-frequency energy and assistance is available now as never before. Earth and her inhabitants are being offered the opportunity to shift into higher dimensional awareness, if they choose. No one is, or ever can be, forced to take advantage of this, for all are free will beings. This is why your guides can assist you with your decisions, but will never tell you what to do. It can feel unpleasant when you witness some friendships, health, or even familiar activities fade out of your life. Remember, Everything old is making way for the new on all levels, in the outer scene as well as the inner, which can be as ordinary as old equipment breaking down. However, the dissolution of the old is often simply the first step toward its reappearing in a new and higher form, if it is meant to be in your life. All of physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually feeling the intense frequencies now pouring to Earth. Old energy accumulated from hundreds of lifetimes, and stored in cellular memory, is surfacing for everyone in order to be recognized, released, and replaced with higher dimensional frequencies. Each person is responding to this according to their attained level of awareness. For some, this process is bringing fears that have lain dormant through many lifetimes into conscious awareness, causing them to lash out and blame some person or particular group for their emotional pain and the world's problems. They then attempt to make things better in the only way they understand, which is usually through violent actions. This is what lies behind the violence you are witnessing at this time. Allow your personal process to unfold without comparing it to another's. You cannot evolve incorrectly, for once you have chosen to embark on a spiritual journey, the train leaves the station, and the human you is no longer running things in the same way it did when you were living fully in third-dimensional energy. Everything is consciousness in vibration energy. Consciousness expressing itself as. How each sees and experiences the world depends upon their attained level of consciousness. What you believe and hold in consciousness you are in alignment within the outer scene and can experience. A rose may represent beauty and love to one, but thorns and allergy to another. In reality there are no victims, because as God beings everyone is simply drawing to themselves from the collective that with which they are in alignment. Remember, there is only one, and that one is always seeking to align with itself. Wholeness. Both the good and bad pictures of material sense have no law other than belief to hold them in place and will dissolve in the presence of a high resonating state of consciousness that sees them only as mind interpretations of reality. This is how the Master Jesus healed. People brought themselves into his consciousness where disease simply had no reality. This does not mean that the spiritually evolved never have problems. Never believe that you have somehow failed if your life suddenly turns upside down, but rather learn to see difficulties as facets of your evolutionary journey, indicating that you having attained the spiritual readiness necessary to deal with deeper issues, karmic resolution with some person, place, or thing, the clearing of some ancient experience, or simply the gaining of new insights into something you have struggled with for your whole life. Many creations result simply by not paying attention, letting the mind wander and accept whatever comes floating by from the collective. Be aware of what you allow into your consciousness, for you are creators. Learn to step back from those things that pull you into lower frequencies. Stop occasionally and ask yourself, what am I creating in this now moment? Do not resist what you may discover, for resistance only serves to give power to something that has no power of its own. Consciousness changes and evolves is beliefs based in duality and separation let go, and truth is integrated. Spiritual growth and evolution has often meant spending whole lifetimes, or even more, on learning just one thing, example, honesty, which is why it takes so many lifetimes to reach an enlightened state. Lessons learned and truths integrated become the fabric of individual consciousness, which is then further built upon and expanded through each following lifetime, until third-dimensional lessons are no longer needed. It is a time of worry, concern, and frustration for many hoping to see the earth restored to her natural perfection. This must eventually manifest, because what you see with human eyes is the material concept of a spiritual earth. Human eyes are unable to see the spiritual realities that underlie everything, just as what you see in the mirror does not reflect the real you. Try not to judge by appearances, but rather hold to the truth that God alone is. Change cannot happen overnight in a world of time and space. Allow the process. Energy, vibration, and frequencies form the material. In reality, the world is and always has been spiritual, for God could not create anything outside of itself, as nothing exists outside of itself. However, the world, as seen and experienced by most, is being interpreted through a collective consciousness conditioned by beliefs in duality and separation. This is why you must come out and be separate. Everyone is born into this false sense of the world. Small children often remember the higher dimensions, but soon get caught up in the lower frequencies that surround them. As increasingly more awaken, light is added to and changing the vibrational pattern of the collective, which in turn will allow human minds access to higher ideas. Each generation enters into the collective consciousness that is in place at that time. The collective of 200 years ago was much different than it is today, because evolution is an ongoing process that affects all levels: physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. The evolutionary opportunities available today are extremely important, because they offer an evolutionary path of infinite possibilities for shifting to higher dimensional awareness while remaining in the physical body. Because increasingly more light is flowing into the collective, many more individuals are starting to rethink their beliefs, laws, ideas, and some social norms previously considered acceptable are beginning to be recognized as untrue. Those who profit from the ignorance and fear of others are attempting, by all means possible, to keep the status quo in place. They do not understand that in spite of their efforts or temporary successes, the evolutionary train has indeed left the station. Spiritual evolution can never be stopped. It can be delayed but never stopped, because everything and everyone is divine consciousness, whether anyone believes it or not. Those who choose to believe that people are nothing more than flesh cannot change the reality. Peace and harmony exist fully present now, held infinitely in place by divine law, simply awaiting conscious recognition. We are the Arcturian Group. Mar 8. You have changed. Welcome all readers. The time has arrived in which those who are ready are being guided to let go of all remaining concepts about how everything is almost to be in order to be correct and acceptable. All, not just the not so important ones. Good concepts are just as illusory as the bad ones. Both must be seen through. No matter how comfortable or efficiently some concepts may have served you in the past, many can no longer do it because you have changed. As individual consciousness evolves and begins to resonate with a higher frequency, much that resonated in the previous state of consciousness automatically shifts out of alignment. Many of you are discovering that favorite books, movies, friends, foods, even employment, and much more that up to now have been satisfying facets of your life, have suddenly begun to feel boring and empty. You no longer find satisfaction in them. Allow the things that no longer resonate to fade away, no matter how important they may have once seemed or may still be to those around you. This can take courage, for usually these things, events, beliefs, systems of functioning, and activities involve others, family traditions, business, church, etc. Letting go of that which no longer resonates with you need not be overt rejection, which can easily slip into an ego exercise. Rather, simply, silently, and without fanfare, allow these things to gradually and gently fade out of your life without assigning power for good or bad to them. This does not mean you must no longer engage in activities that once worked for you and may still be important to those around you, but rather, engage if you choose, but without attaching importance and necessity. Ideas, projects, life issues more in alignment with your expanding consciousness will replace many of the things now fading away, because everything you see, hear, taste, touch, and smell in the third dimension is a material concept of its underlying spiritual reality. You cannot make something out of nothing. Vehicles of transportation are actually divine omnipresence materially interpreted. A home is actually consciousness. Therefore, the divine reality will always reappear on new and higher levels, if not blocked by false concepts and beliefs. This is a process that does not take place overnight. Never think you have failed if you find yourself in the midst of some physical, emotional, mental, or spiritual dilemma. Old and finished energy is flowing up and out for everyone, the unawakened as well as the awakened. Allow it to flow out, addressing any accompanying issues as needed. Try not to claim these energies as being yours personally. They may seem to be, but can never really be, for they constitute the illusion, having no law to maintain or sustain them. Stop fighting, struggling, or attempting to get things back to the way they once were, whether through learned metaphysical techniques or through the three-dimensional belief system. Allow the I that you now know you are to express, trusting that it can only express itself as itself, which is and forever has been infinite wholeness, completeness, harmony, abundance, safety, security, etc. God is, and this is all you can ever know about God, until God reveals itself to you. It is an exercise in futility to believe one can know what God is with the human mind. A finite mind cannot and will never comprehend an infinite God, regardless of how many articles, experts, or religious leaders expound about having done it. Up to the point where God reveals itself to you, simply know that God is, period. Spiritual evolution is the gradual process of moving through and beyond the accumulated layers of illusion that overlay personal and collective awareness. This all happened over a long period of time, and through many lifetimes lived in third-dimensional frequencies that created collective alignment with those energies, rather than with the higher frequencies of light left behind when incarnating. Clearing is simply the dissolving of those energies still sustaining and maintaining the shadow appearances, and is individual. You are quickly evolving to new states of awareness, and the high-frequency energy is why clearing has become intense for some at this time. It is like shining a bright light into a dark room, where much that was not seen before is suddenly exposed. Alignment with duality and separation caused each to accumulate and store in cellular memory intense experiences of both good and bad from each lifetime, until at some point every individual begins seeking for more. This is the meaning of the Bible story that tells how Adam and Eve were forced out of Eden through their act of eating the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Some of you are suffering intense physical, emotional, mental, or spiritual discord at this time. Allow. Trust. You are learning to let go of the need to struggle for control over everything. The mind is confused. It is trying to help you through what it knows, but is limited, offering solutions based in the collective belief system as well as in the metaphysical knowledge you accumulated through years of study leading up to this point. Metaphysical knowledge is an important part of the journey for most, but must never be considered the end point. Let go of trying to figure everything out and then heal, change, or fix it. Nothing needs fixing or healing. Allow your real divine self to be your reality, without feeling that you need not tell it how. This is an extremely difficult process for those who are used to being efficient, organized problem solvers. The temptation remains to take charge, jumping in with solutions based on what has been learned over the years. As the divine feminine energy integrates on Earth and begins to more fully express in the world as balanced male or female energy, the aggressive, active, doer traits of unbalanced masculine energy will recede. As the receptive, intuitive nature of the divine feminine aligns with the masculine, life will be easier for those men and women who have always been compelled to jump in and take charge of every situation whether they are needed or not. The time has come to stand back and allow the eye of your being to function through, in and as you, rather than constantly trying to control everything through eyes unable to see the whole picture. Like it or not, it is an energetically powerful time for everyone who has chosen Ascension. You must accept that many of the old ways are simply no longer valid in the presence of increasing, higher states of consciousness. Many continue with attempts to make something that is complete and finished, often relationships, work according to the world's concepts of how things must be in order to be correct, fulfilling, meaningful, or loving. These concepts are encouraged through your media, and a society that continues to embrace only third-dimensional concepts based in duality and separation with regard to all issues of daily living. At this time the world is experiencing a great deal of fear regarding the virus disease that has penetrated world consciousness. As the media continues its non-stop promotion, it gives ever more reality and substance to the issue. For you are creators. Do not fear and do not give it power, and thus, substance. As with all things that are not God-ordained, maintained, or sustained, it will pass into the nothingness that it is, if allowed. There never has been, or could ever be, death. For you are spiritual consciousness and not physical bodies. When a person leaves their physical vehicle behind, it is always with permission given on a deeper level. Stand back and allow, become a silent observer of unfolding consciousness, rather than a participant in the illusions of sense. Even if your work lies in some area of world discord, you can still maintain an objective stance, helping and serving for the highest good of all, but not aligning with appearances. Living spiritually does not mean you cannot see a doctor if you feel the need, nor does it mean you stand back and simply ignore the fear and suffering of yourself or those around you in an attempt to live the absolute, rather than pretending to a state of consciousness not yet attained. Hold truth while lovingly ministering to self and others in the ways you are guided to, which may simply be to do nothing but hold the light. It is a new time, new ways, new ideas, and change, and to be a part of it you must allow and move with it. It is why you are on Earth at this time. Align with and hold light for Gaia as well. For she is a living soul and not an inanimate piece of dirt. She needs your love and support as she too is clearing old energy. Let the past go. Let the present go. Let it all go and move into allowing. You are ready. We are the Arcturian Group. Ma 22. Trust. Allow. Be welcome, dear readers. Know that we and all beings of light assisting with Earth's ascension are supporting you during this time of turmoil and confusion. We understand the suffering that is happening, as three-dimensional structures dismantle and force many well beyond their comfort zone. Present world events represent the energetic dismantling of ancient and false creations, dear ones. The increase of higher resonating energy in world consciousness is forcing that which is out of alignment with its surface. Earth's energy is quickly changing, lifting, and becoming lighter, ascending, and as it does, it exposes layers of dense energy ready to surface and begin dissolving. Human mind is interpreting these energies on the third-dimensional level as disease and discord. The inner consciousness will always express as the outer. As mankind spiritually evolves, and higher frequencies of light and truth increase, it automatically exposes everything of a lower resonance. Today's situation of disease is about imbalance. Imbalances that have been in place on all levels for eons: financial, personal, global. Imbalances created through the universal acceptance of self-serving concepts based in separation, inequality, and the non-value of certain individuals or groups. You are going to witness a great deal of disruption and disturbance before this is finished, but it will finish, for there are no laws other than belief to support, sustain, or maintain disease. Place your reliance in the reality of your divine nature, trusting that all is proceeding according to plan. Rather than seeing yourself as needing protection against some outer evil, know that your conscious realization of oneness with Source is your protection, just as it is your safety and security, abundance, completeness, wholeness, intelligence, etc. Yes, many are and will continue to leave during these times, but know that when a person leaves, it is always by choice, one made on a deeper level. We have stated many times that there is no death, nor could there ever be a death, for the essence of your very being is infinite divine life. This actually makes you more at home on the other side than on earth. Never forget that, as divine beings, you are creators, and what you hold in consciousness as truth will manifest outwardly, for there is no unexpressed consciousness. The issues at hand now are being promoted and further expanded through intense media coverage, serving mainly to promote fear. Ask yourselves, what am I believing and holding as truth in consciousness? In the light of spiritual awareness, is it true? We are not saying to disregard practical precautions that represent third-dimensional wisdom, but we are saying to do these practical things from a place of empowerment, rather than from a place of fear that assigns power to appearances. God alone is power, in spite of outer appearances to the contrary. You are in the midst of the changes you have been hoping, praying, and looking for but didn't expect to manifest in this way. Everything happening is serving to change the consciousness of the collective and lift mankind to new levels of awareness. There is always discord and confusion during times of change, for the majority gets comfortable with things being a certain way and comes to depend upon them remaining the same, even if or when those ways are unfair, demeaning, or even dangerous to others. This often happens in abusive relationships, where one partner is willing to suffer physically, emotionally, and mentally, simply because they are used to it. When familiar structures begin to collapse, the human mind does not know how to interpret it and panics, drawing upon everything it can from the collective belief system in order to solve the problem and get everything back to what it sees as normal. The human mind is no longer in control. It is being superseded by consciousness. The human mind is attempting to help through what it knows, but the time has come to let mind take the lesser role, identifying with and allowing the reality of who and what you are to take over. Allow the process, dear ones, allow the process. You who are in alignment with these messages have the awareness with which to meet these difficult times. Take whatever practical methods you are guided to take with regard to your personal situation, but resist the temptation to fall back into old programming out of the belief that you need to heal, change, or correct something. Use each day to practice the truth you know. Now is the time for trust, for holding to truth, and living each day in conscious realization of your true identity as Source, while remaining sensible on the three-dimensional level. Present conditions are serving to drive increasingly more individuals out of their old mindset and into alignment with unconditional love and oneness. Many who have always thought of themselves as separate from everyone they didn't know personally, or believed themselves to be better or less than others, are beginning to experience a sense of camaraderie. Unifying experiences are taking place, because individual consciousness is expanding and becoming increasingly more receptive to truth. This is causing the collective to expand and open to ideas based in oneness, greater tolerance, understanding, and awareness regarding community and issues that all face, regardless of color, gender, country, religious belief, wealth, or politics. Difficulties presently facing the world are forcing increasingly more individuals to examine their beliefs with regard to how everything must be in order to be right. Many are beginning to disengage from long-held concepts holding them in bondage and obligation to money, jobs they hated, relationships that were finished, and engaging only in what society deemed appropriate. Present times are helping many to dismantle the layers of dense and ancient energy that have blocked their spiritual awareness. Old energies, long stored in cellular memory and carried from lifetime to lifetime, were originally created through vows taken in other lifetimes, guilt, obligation, lives of non-power lived through duty rather than free will choice. As a majority becomes aware of itself as being one family, many of the inequalities and imbalances that up to now have been considered acceptable will be recognized for what they really represent. This will help those still fully enmeshed in the third-dimensional belief system to begin questioning exactly what they believe and if these beliefs are valid. The increase of love and sense of oneness in world consciousness is going to lift and affect all species and all kingdoms, plant, animal, devic, elemental, nature spirit kingdoms as well as humans, which will result in a collective consciousness that respects mankind's sacred obligation to love, protect, and care for all life upon Gaia, who herself is a living, breathing spiritual being. It is long past time for the arrogant thinking and actions of humans who believe themselves above and separate from other life forms to cease. All must come to accept that there is only one life, and that what is done to one form of this one life affects all, including their own. Animals, trees, plants, and even the rocks have levels of consciousness, and to continue believing otherwise is ego folly. Animals evolve and reincarnate. Human beings were never given permission to harm, destroy, and devalue other forms of the one life. Life, in all of its infinite forms, expresses the one and only life that exists, even the life of a virus. Ponder this. As personal and global consciousness evolves into the higher frequencies of truth, the present form of many ordinary and universally accepted ideas and expressions. Art, health, education, politics, will dissolve. The old, denser energies that formed and held them in place cannot exist in the presence of higher, lighter frequencies. Those who insist on perpetuating the creations of a previous state of consciousness, whether personal or global, are going to meet with a great deal of struggle and resistance, for you cannot make something out of nothing. Evolution of mankind is taking place whether some like it or not. Trust that all is as it should be. We, and all beings of light assisting in Earth's ascension process, are with you at all times. You are loved and being guided at all times. Trust. Allow. Be. We are the Arcturian Group. App 5. The time is now, dear readers. In these present times of stress and confusion, allow yourselves to rejoice in the realization that everything taking place at this time is bringing in the changes you have sought, hoped, and prayed for since incarnating into this present lifetime. You who are spiritually awake will become the way showers, those who will be helping others open to new and more evolved ideas, solutions, and general ways of living. Present times are making life difficult for everyone, but you must realize that the cessation of busyness is an effective way to bring about activities of oneness, where it can then be recognized, experienced, and begin integrating into the collective. Mankind is in the midst of an evolutionary experience that is about shifting from fear to love. Is it not interesting that it is taking place at the time of the Christian holy day of Easter, a time of death, entombment, and then resurrection? The virus is not a punishment, nor was it chosen as being necessary for your evolution. The disease you are witnessing today represents the exposure and clearing of false, old, hidden, dense, and no longer valid energy. Beliefs, based in duality and separation, energies that have been fed and kept alive for hundreds of thousands of years by the unenlightened consciousness of the majority. The time has arrived in man's spiritual evolution to move beyond the three-dimensional concepts and beliefs that have held and continue to hold the majority in bondage. Spiritual evolution is an ongoing process, governed by the higher dimensions as well as each individual's higher self. Spiritual evolution, or lack thereof, has never been, or ever can be, controlled by individuals or groups who stand to benefit by keeping mankind locked in ignorance. Every individual is a divine being, destined to awaken to their reality at some point. Things will eventually quiet down, but do not expect them to go back exactly the way they were, for they will not, cannot. Present times are birthing a new world consciousness, one that is learning to see others in a new and higher way, and which will eventually lead to the dissolving of separation-based rules, laws, concepts, beliefs, and ideas. You are a part of this because you chose to be a part of it. Change is not going to happen overnight, but the process has begun. Those leaving Earth at this time have chosen to do so on a deeper level. Death is always a personal choice, regardless of how it may appear. Every individual has the free will choice to go or to stay. Many leaving are simply tired, and their contracts are complete, and so have chosen the virus as their mode for leaving. Others are leaving in order to return to a more evolved world at a later time. Some leave because they believe they can better serve Earth's ascension process from the other side. Everyone has guides and a higher self, always assisting them to make choices that best serve their spiritual evolution. Three-dimensional ignorance has created a belief system that says, 1. Every person must try to stay on Earth in body at any cost to self or others. 2. That success is about accumulating as much stuff as one can. 3. That one must do whatever it takes, drugs, activities, etc., to always feel happy. Life is about spiritual evolution, about waking up to oneness with Source, and all that it is. Everything else simply represents the experiences and distractions, some good and some bad, necessary to eventually bring each individual to a readiness for truth. Isolation is providing everyone the opportunity to stop doing, and just be. Success during these times is not about how many rolls of toilet paper one can accumulate, but is about doing nothing, allowing, being, and clearing the mind of all the three-dimensional nonsense that has come to be thought of as acceptable, important, and necessary. It is about reconnecting with your real self in new ways, while acknowledging the divinity of everyone else as well, even those you don't like. It is about recognizing and letting go of the shoulds and should nots that have ruled your life, and allowing the I am to express as and through you. It is only through receptivity, pondering, then allowing and living, that truth does then integrate and become an attained state of consciousness. Many see present circumstances as an inconvenient delay in their getting back to things as usual. Life is not going to be the same as it was before, because consciousness, the substance of form, is changing. Masculine energy, active, beer, doer, is gradually integrating and balancing with feminine energy, receptive, intuitive, love, and the result is going to be that the masculine without the feminine balance will no longer be able to hold dominance and power over everything as it has in the past. It was necessary to, at least temporarily, halt the striving for more, regardless of who got hurt in the process, while believing that more equals better and makes one superior in some way. The third-dimensional world must stop polluting and harming the very source of its life and health, Mother Earth. Three-dimensional human minds will continue finding ways to destroy each other and the planet for profit and gain if old concepts and beliefs remain. The continual drive for more needs to be quieted, and hopefully people will begin to seriously question and begin to take action on issues like the polluted water, food, and air that is harming, killing, all forms of life, including humans, issues that are generally accepted simply because they increase some businesses' bottom line. Humans are meant to be the caretakers of Earth, dear ones, but greed has caused present conditions which cannot continue. Gaia, her people, and her creatures are sick, and you are witnessing it now. Those of you drawn to these messages are already caretakers, well aware of the oneness of all life, and so will be the ones explaining this to those drawn to you for guidance. You will be explaining that this is a spiritual universe peopled by sons of God, rather than purely physical human beings at the mercy of every belief floating about in collective consciousness. You can tell them about energy, and how each person's state of consciousness creates their world and situations. Your work is about to begin, dear ones. It is what you have been preparing for, even though you were not aware of it. It is why you chose to be here at this time. Let go of any concepts you may hold about how the work must look, for it will be different for each, depending upon the circumstances and individuals involved. For some the work may simply be to hold the light of truth for the world. Some drawn to you will be only capable of assimilating the baby food of truth, while others will be ready for a full-course meal. Allow your intuition to guide you as to which is which, rather than following some protocol you may have been taught along the way. All is proceeding according to plan, and your job is to allow the process to unfold without resistance. Even though appearances testify to discord and suffering, the reality is that a great deal is going on behind the scenes. Collective consciousness is opening into new levels, but as of yet most are unable to comprehend anything beyond outer appearances. Be practical, follow the guidelines, but don't let your actions be reactions based in fear. Sit quietly and ask yourself, what am I believing? What do I continue holding as truth in my consciousness? Am I willing to live truth, or am I too afraid? Should I remain in third-dimensional consciousness, where I know what to expect, even though it reflects duality and separation? The time is now. The time is upon everyone. The time has arrived to live what you know, dear ones, for this is only the beginning, and there is much to come. We are the Arcturian Group. App 19. Release the old. Dear readers, understand that you are presently engaged in one facet of Earth's ascension process and that something much bigger than disease is taking place. As you witness chaos, keep in mind that these times are bringing change to many universally accepted but false three-dimensional concepts. Solutions to world problems of all sorts have up to now always been based in solving the problem on the level of the problem, which simply does not work. New, higher, and better ways of addressing all issues will emerge from this. Do not become impatient with the process, for present times are just the beginning. You are the ones who must bring about change while being fully supported from the other side. Ascension energy began long ago but has largely gone unnoticed by most. Evolution is the ongoing and unstoppable process of awakening into the reality of divine oneness. Many are now beginning to open to a new sense of oneness, as all experience current events at the same time. Today's spiritually powerful times are guiding increasingly more individuals to question some generally accepted activities, beliefs, laws, and traditions. This, in turn, is opening them to examine what they hold as truth in their own consciousness, be it religious doctrine, political opinion, words from broadcast news, family, racial tradition, or other commonly accepted group consciousness beliefs. Many are experiencing internal struggle as they are forced to cease their normal pursuit for more, bigger, and better in the belief that these things represent success. We are not referring to small businesses who are indeed facing issues of survival during these times, but rather are referring to those who have based their lives on the acquisition of increasingly more, in the hope that it will bring them happiness. As more individuals begin to examine the commonly accepted concept of more is better, they will open to understanding that the accumulation of material things, or success in the outer scene, can and will never make someone more acceptable and lovable than he or she already is, leading them to question, what then really does make one acceptable or lovable? Nothing outside of self can or will ever bring about fulfillment, for it does not exist in the outer scene. Adulation of the rich, beautiful, and famous through emulating their actions, dress, and appearance simply indicates the spiritual awareness of those who believe themselves separate from and less than those few who have fulfilled some three-dimensional concept of success. This is not to say that the talented and gifted, or those who have seriously spent their lives in service to others, should not be recognized and appreciated, but rather than with blind adoration based in some concept of success or worthiness, let it be the recognition and acknowledgement of those divine qualities manifesting in, as, and through the person. Silent, serious questioning begins to open submerged inner doors long held shut through fear and beliefs based in duality and separation. Increasingly, more individuals are beginning to realize how much of what they have accepted as truth was simply handed to and accepted by them from some authority figure. Spiritual evolution is the gradual awakening of personal and collective consciousness into new and higher awareness. The opportunity is here now. Those firmly established in and benefiting from the third-dimensional belief system, as it has been known, feel no need to question themselves or anything in the world, preferring to maintain the status quo in order to continue benefiting from it. They work to keep everything the same, and delay the awakening of collective consciousness to the new through various means meant to promote fear. However, they do not understand that the Ascension train has left the station. Most humans live three-dimensional lives that serve them well for many lifetimes. However, there comes a point of readiness in every individual, where they find that their lives no longer resonate in the same way, and they begin to seek something different. The seeking always begins with what is already known and familiar on the third-dimensional level, but over time expands, as the person begins to understand that what he is seeking simply does not seem to exist where he is looking. The overuse of drugs, sex, and alcohol, as well as suicide, abounds, hidden but rampant in the world of many who have actually achieved what they set out to achieve according to world standards. Having attained their goals, but still feeling unfulfilled, these dear ones often turn to and become dependent upon their chosen happiness decoy in an attempt to cover up and quell this unfulfilled longing within, a longing that can never be satisfied through material means, no matter how rich, famous, beautiful, or successful the individual. This deep inner longing is every soul's awaiting recognition and acknowledgement as individual divinity and oneness with God. All must eventually come to understand and accept that they are individualized divine consciousness, and that they formed for themselves a physical body to use while on earth, while working out the lessons and experiences of life lived in the denser energies. No one is or ever has been just a physical body subject to all the beliefs embodied in duality and separation. You have all lived many lifetimes, and are now completing what you put in motion over those lifetimes. It may be the balancing of energies you ignorantly participated in, karma, or it may be to experience something you have not yet experienced but was necessary for your growth and awareness. You who understand and live from the deeper levels of spiritual truth have completed most of your three-dimensional experiences. You have worked hard and balanced old energy and allowed cellular memory to clear. You are now prepared for the next phase of your evolution. But in order to do that you must move beyond the familiar but outgrown metaphysical tools that served in the past to bring you to now. Most of these tools are based in seeking and searching for God, but you have found him or her. There will be changes to many comfortable aspects of life. Do not expect everything to return to exactly as it was. Long favorite books, films, and activities, medicines, careers, are starting to feel old and no longer interesting, because the previous energy alignment has changed. Rather than struggling to keep them the same, step back and allow them to manifest once again in a higher and better form. As cells integrate new and higher frequencies, It automatically dissolves the previous denser energy. Some favorite foods and beverages will become difficult for your body to tolerate. Certain foods, GMO, fake, pesticide-ridden, will no longer be able to align with the cells holding new and higher frequencies, causing digestive issues. In spite of what you have been told, and so many continue to believe, three-dimensional energy is the lowest rung of a very high-dimensional ladder, dear ones. Earth's shift to higher dimensional energy is but the beginning of your journey into an ever-expanding conscious awareness of oneness with Source. Free will allows every person to embrace or refuse the choices of these times. Some will choose to continue living as they have in the past, fully embracing illusions of sense-based individuality and separation. Others will utilize these times to honestly re-examine personal and global beliefs. Many are choosing it as their exit point. They are tired, their work is complete, and they want to go home, which is every individual's free will choice. We would advise that you use these times to your advantage, which does not mean sitting and meditating all day, but does mean becoming aware of your reactions and responses to everything that is going on, both within and without. It means being willing to sweep out the favorite corners of your belief system without feeling a need to defend, justify, or maintain them. It means having the courage to let some of your most satisfying false beliefs go, the ones that may have earned you acceptance and success. Many know the truth but have not fully accepted it. There comes a point in every person's spiritual journey where they must make a decision. Is truth simply a nice idea for like minds to ponder in conversation, while speculating on its pros and cons, or is truth to be accepted, integrated, and lived until it becomes an attained state of consciousness? Truth must become an attained state of consciousness in order to be experienced, because consciousness is the substance of form. An intellectual knowledge of truth is but the first step toward attaining the consciousness of it. There is a Bible quote, "Know the truth and the truth will make you free." Many organized religions, metaphysical groups, as well as those spiritually inclined, have forgotten or simply ignore the "know the truth" part of this statement, falsely relying only on "the truth will make you free" part. You are divine beings, full expressions of God, and embodying all the qualities and gifts thereof. Trust that your higher self is always guiding as you become ready for your next step toward full consciousness. I am ready to allow, to release the control I thought I had to maintain, to get out of my own way through letting go of concepts and beliefs that no longer serve my highest good, to accept that my real identity as an expression of Source already exists fully present as my safety and security, abundance, completeness and wholeness, creativity, guidance and direction, solutions, health, and everything embodied in divine consciousness. I no longer need to seek for what I already am, but rather allow that which I am to express itself as me. We are the Arcturian Group. May 3, Trust. Release. Dear readers, welcome to our message during these times of chaos and confusion. These messages are meant to inform, comfort, and assist those who resonate with them into more deeply understanding what life on Earth is really about, to hold the light, help others awaken, and to bear witness to a new and higher reality is why you are on Earth at this time. It is what you came to do and you are doing it, dear ones, you are doing it. You may think you are doing nothing, But do not judge by appearances based in concepts of the third-dimensional belief system, because a large part of your mission has been to clear remaining dense cellular memory and any present false beliefs, both of which only serve to perpetuate experiences of duality and separation. Many commonly accepted beliefs are starting to feel unimportant, and even silly, for an increasing number of people, because individually and collectively mankind is shifting into a state of consciousness no longer in alignment with them. Ascension is simply the process of evolving into a higher state of consciousness through the experiences of every lifetime. The higher self of every individual determines when they are ready for their next level of awareness. This is why proselytizing is a useless and ego-based activity. Individuals cannot be forced into someone else's consciousness of truth. You cannot make something out of nothing, and thus everything seen, heard, tasted, touched, or smelled, whether seemingly good or bad, is a divine reality being interpreted by individual and or the collective mind, according to the state of consciousness. Look deeply into every appearance, both the good and the bad, for good appearances are just as illusory as the bad ones. By not judging according to three-dimensional standards, but rather seeking to understand the underlying reality of all appearances, you are living truth and opening yourself for more to unfold. Example: when in the presence of a sick person, know that in reality they are divine consciousness. And because divine consciousness knows nothing of disease, you then realize that you are witnessing a manifestation of the belief in disease, separation. You are divine consciousness utilizing the material body you formed for yourself in order to function in the denser energies of the third dimension. You have reached a point of spiritual readiness in which you must begin to identify with your real self, rather than with the limited person you believed yourself to be. If you were not ready, you would not even understand these messages. The physical body is like a car that you use while on Earth. You utilize it as needed, while keeping it clean and well maintained as best you can. Occasionally, the car may crash or get damaged for some reason, but you never have been, or ever will become, the car. Once you can accept that you are consciousness, and not simply a material body subject to every belief floating about in the collective, you can begin to use your mind as it was intended, as an avenue of awareness rather than a boss. The mind draws and then feeds information through one's state of consciousness, and as you begin to accept yourself as divine consciousness, allowing it to express, everything in the outer begins to change. Imagine divine consciousness as an omnipresent light so brilliant it is unable to be directly looked at with the human eye. Over time, and through ignorance, this light was covered over with hundreds of varied and colorful veils, eventually blocking it from being seen, or even known about. Some of these veils are bright, colorful, and welcome, while others are dark and dense, but all are accepted as reality because they are familiar and known. Some of the veils become tattered over time, and simply drop away, if allowed to. Others develop small holes, allowing tiny bits of light to shine through. Most remain firmly in place until the individual carrying the light begins to feel that there must be more to life than what he has known, and begins to search for whatever that might be. At first, he seeks outside of himself, because it is what he knows, and this usually becomes the focus of several lifetimes. After much stepping and falling, hundreds of attempts to find what he does not yet know he is looking for, and many paths followed, he simply gives up. It is at this point the veils begin to separate and reveal themselves, and a deeper spiritual journey begins. You are here now. You have been removing veils for a very long time, through many, many lifetimes. The intense high-frequency energies of today are serving to speed up the process, depending upon each one's readiness and how thick and dense their veils. As some intense, long-standing veils surface, their energy is frequently re-experienced physically, emotionally, mentally, or spiritually. If or when this happens, do not resist, but rather, allow these energies or experiences to flow through and out, without claiming them back in as your very own personal problem. Individuals are often tempted to hold on to or reclaim some comfortable old veil, in the belief that it is who they are, and that they will lose their identity without it. The only self that can ever be lost is the personalized false sense of self, because your real self is infinite. As each veil of false belief lifts from individual consciousness, more of the already present light consciousness is able to shine without the need for prayers, candles, crystals, chants, ceremonies, or anything else meant to attract some separate god. All that is or ever has been required is an intention for more light and the ability and willingness to get out of the way. Divine consciousness needs no help from concepts of spirituality in order to express itself. Release the belief that spirituality must be or look a certain way in order to be authentic. Clear your mind of images of saints with folded hands and ascended masters bestowing light and blessings on adoring crowds. These, as well as most metaphysical tools, are valid in earlier and less awakened states of consciousness, but relying on anything in the outer, after once realizing that everything already exists fully present within, will simply hold the person in an outgrown state and perpetuate the experiences of separation. Continuing with groups, family, friends, those with like-minded causes, or even military, after they have been to feel old and finished, does continue to bring some sense of the oneness that groups provide, but only until a person realizes that they have never been, or ever could be, separate from the love and sense of oneness they sought from the group. The present form of many groups, clubs, and gatherings will dissolve in the new energy, but will reappear, once again, in higher form. Know that the one omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent divine consciousness is, and always has been, manifesting itself as infinite form and variety. Know that every rock, every bird, every blade of grass, and every tree is just as much an expression of it as a human being's. Every different form holds a unique pattern of wholeness and completeness, representing the divine plan for that particular expression or form of itself. Different, but not less than. Everything is divine consciousness, and to judge certain life forms as being better or of more value than another is three-dimensional ego and oneness. Be aware that, with every breath, you breathe in the omnipresent light of divine consciousness. Rest in the reality of your own soul's perfection. Trust that all is as it needs to be at this time, while releasing, once and for all, the belief that you need to do, in order to be. You will never be more spiritual than you already are. It is time to accept and allow. We are the Arcturian Group. May 17, you are creators. Welcome, dear readers, to the Arcturian Group message. You are entering a new phase of the evolutionary process. Present down times are allowing a quietness during which many for the first time are pondering, questioning, evaluating their lives, and the right way of doing things. Every day more are allowing themselves to honestly examine aspects of their personal life as well as the world in general, such as business, farming, religion, health, education, environment, politics, etc. Much that has always been considered correct and appropriate is being recognized as inefficient, obsolete, and unfair to many, and based in convenience and a resistance to change by those who benefit from the status quo. This period of quiet is also allowing nature a respite from the ongoing barrage of pollution and degradation she suffers. All is proceeding according to plan. You have been hoping, praying, and waiting for a world that more closely resonated with truth, and it is coming. But it will be an unfolding process over the next few years, because the third dimension functions in time and space. Know that things will never go back to exactly as they were, because consciousness is changing, and as we have said many times, the substance of the outer is the inner, consciousness. Do not put effort and energy toward attempting to return everything to exactly as it was, but rather, be open to new and higher expressions of these same things. Be prepared for change, but also be prepared to hear things that will upset you. Much is going to surface regarding the long-standing negative activities of some individuals. The denser energies must be exposed for what they are in order to be recognized and acknowledged. There is an element that feeds from energies of fear, pain, suffering, and discord, and in order to keep feeding, they promote words, activities, and false information that will serve to keep fear and discord alive. When you become aware of these types of issues, send these individuals light, while recognizing that they too are divine beings who have lost their way. They have chosen to close their hearts to love energy and have no interest in or awareness of the fact that everything they sought is already fully present within them. It is easy to get caught up in this type of information and spend a great deal of time and energy studying and researching negative activities. You have all experienced the heaviness of dense energy that comes from getting too involved in these types of issues. As awakened individuals, you are ready to move beyond duality and separation, and live from the higher levels of consciousness you have attained. Be aware of and informed about negative beliefs and actions, but then release them and align with reality. Activities of love are beginning to take place in the outer scene. Although these activities flow from spiritual oneness, they are generally understood as activities of kindness, a looking out for neighbors, and the lending of a helping hand where needed. These seemingly ordinary activities are three-dimensional interpretations of spiritual oneness, evolutionary steps that eventually lead to a state of consciousness that understand service to be service to self, universal oneness. A sense of camaraderie not possible in the old energy is developing among people, simply because all are experiencing the same issues, oneness. Even the small sense of camaraderie you may feel towards a stranger as you walk by is in reality oneness expressing through you. However, not all are ready or willing to understand this, and the loss of what is familiar is causing them to act out with fear and violence, as they seek to protect and perpetuate everything that has supported their false sense of empowerment. Selflessness is beginning to penetrate collective consciousness on a deeper level, but selflessness has been misunderstood and falsely taught to mean that the sacrificing of oneself for some grander purpose is spiritual. Sublimating and denying oneself by believing it to be of less value than another's self represents separation at its finest. What can one possibly have to give another if they eliminate themselves from the equation? It is only an empowered person, one who knows and accepts themselves to be a spiritual being that is able to truly serve. Sacrificing one's identity, needs, and dreams in the belief that it is spiritual is a denial of God, for is not God every person's true identity? Never allow yourselves to be guilted, threatened, pushed, taught, or used by others into doing something. When you do this, you are automatically surrendering your power. Service must be a free will choice that flows from a place of love, rather than an unwanted activity forced onto someone for the benefit of another or others who appear more powerful and demanding, or are needy, disabled, and dependent. We recognize that many are presently locked into some service that they did not consciously choose or want. As a result, they may feel angry, depleted, unhappy, and trapped, seeing no way out. To these dear ones we say, there are no accidents. Every life is planned before incarnation with the help of guides, to include those experiences deemed necessary for spiritual evolution. These types of situations are usually karmic in nature and represent a person's spiritual readiness to address some old energy imbalance that may go back lifetimes, but which can be balanced and completed through service in this lifetime. The one needing service may have chosen to learn about patience, humility, and helplessness in this life, having never expressed it to others in previously. Frequently, the server is a dear friend who volunteered to assist with this lesson. Sometimes it is because the one needing service did the same for the server in a previous life, allowing them both the experiences of giving and allowing. Service can be the push a spiritually prepared person needs in order to move more deeply into the empowerment, love, patience, and awareness that they are ready for. Do not let obsolete concepts of spiritual duty and self-sacrifice to enter into your activities of love and service. As universal consciousness shifts to new levels of awareness, service to others on all levels of need will become common, ordinary, backed by law, and simply the way life is lived, because there will be a sense of oneness that was not present in third-dimensional energy. Realize that in and of yourself you have nothing to give another. God alone is love, energy, appreciation, gratitude, service, cooperation, etc. And God alone has these things to give. To believe that self or some other person has spiritual qualities in and of themselves is the belief in a self separate and apart from God. Only God is good, patient, loving, friendly, honest, cooperative, etc. etc. Both human good and human bad are impersonal, never becoming or belonging to the person. All there is God, source, perfect, whole, complete, harmonious, abundance, intelligent, self-sustained and self-maintained consciousness. This is why looking or expecting acceptance, companionship, friendship, forgiveness, cooperation, etc. from a person is to look where these things do not exist, unless they flow through the person. Always seek these things from God, from within, allowing them to manifest as they will, which can and often is where least expected. True selflessness intuitively guides a person to acknowledge and honor their own needs. It will also guide them as to whether their service is actually needed or simply wanted. It is understanding that what one does for another never comes from a personal supply of love, energy, abundance, and ideas, but rather flows through them from an infinite source within, from a well that never runs dry. Present times are calling for more awareness, deeper understanding, and a serious contemplation of how one will continue living their life. Will I grudgingly go back to the same old, Same old that I have outgrown, or will I have the courage to pursue something that makes my heart sing? This is where fear will jump in and say that you must go back to what you know or you will suffer lack and limitation, your family will starve, and you will be homeless. It is fine to return to what you are used to, but never forget that you are creators. Regardless of what others may tell you, do not allow your dreams to pass into oblivion in the belief that they are hopeless and could never happen. Allow your dreams to grow and mature silently and secretly within your heart, until they are ready to be birthed as your new world and identity. You are creators, creating your world from the contents of your consciousness. What do I hold as truth in my consciousness? We are the Arcturian Group. May 31. There are no accidents. Welcome to our message, dear readers. Many at this time are in need of support and comfort, as they experience situations seemingly generated by world conditions, but which, in fact, are expressions of their own consciousness, experiences chosen as necessary for growth, or simply the presence of three-dimensional energy. Trust that all experiences are facets of a person's spiritual awakening process. In the bigger picture, there are no accidents. Most suffering arises from fear, the belief that everything in one's life must follow certain concepts of how things must be, and if they aren't, bad things will happen. Concepts of rightness affect relationships, employment, health, and all facets of daily living. Your media and leaders continue to promote these things, not always to cause fear, but because they themselves fear and believe these concepts. Most of them are completely unaware of the evolutionary process that is taking place in the world. Fear locks individuals to a mindset in which they are unable to see, comprehend, or even imagine expanded ideas. Fear arises from the belief that one is separate from one's good, whether that good is needed or wanted. Those who live from a consciousness of fear are unable to see any way out of personal problems, and often turn to crime or violence as a solution. Fear also may feed a person's thinking and decision-making with so many possible negative outcomes that they become frozen, unable to make any move. It is normal to experience fear occasionally. You have all lived many lives where your survival depended upon fear. These things remain in cellular memory until cleared. When you experience fear, do not deny, resist, or try and make it go away with various techniques, spiritual or otherwise. Rather, acknowledge it as an important tool, but one that you no longer need in the light of your new awareness. You are the higher power that so many speak of and pray to, and it is time to fully accept this. There neither is, nor has there ever been, a power somewhere manipulating the strings of human puppets. The days of praying to some faraway male god in the sky, attending church, or performing actions and ceremonies in order to please or get God's attention, must end once a person knows the true nature of God. We are not saying you must never attend some ceremony or go to church if you enjoy these things. We are saying only to do them with full awareness that they will not, nor can they, bring you any closer to God than you already are, and, in fact, your evolved state of consciousness will add more light to them. Most are not yet spiritually prepared to understand this, but you who are drawn to these messages are. You have moved beyond the religious and metaphysical steps that brought you to where you are spiritually at this time. You have done the work and are prepared to understand that you and all who attain a consciousness of truth are the ones creating the new world, one that resonates on a higher dimensional level. This is what Ascension is all about, the evolution of world consciousness through the evolution of personal consciousness, and never the result of finding the perfect politician, guru, friend, teacher, extraterrestrial, prayer, location, or ceremony. Nothing is going to be exactly as it was before, because consciousness is evolving. You are being told by three-dimensional thinkers, and those who dislike change, that everything must return to the way it was before, but this cannot happen, because consciousness, which forms itself as the outer, is rapidly integrating higher dimensional frequencies. People are waking up and beginning to see that indeed the emperor has no clothes. Some jobs are going to change, or simply disappear. Try not to see this as a negative thing, but rather as necessary in order for new and better ways to manifest. Be open to the new in all aspects of life, but do not expect changes to come in a moment, for new ideas can only manifest as the consciousness of humanity opens to them. There will be resistance, but higher and better ways of functioning can and will take place in business, health, politics, religion, education, etc. as allowed. The human mind is an avenue of awareness, interpreting everything according to the conditioning present in individual or collective consciousness. This is why several people may witness the same thing, but each will interpret it differently. Divine mind contains no conditioning. It is infinitely aware only of the self-sustained, self-maintained completeness of itself, because nothing else exists. At some point of every person's evolutionary journey, there comes a time at which they must really accept the truth of one, and that one is the reality of their own being. They must cease considering truth to be airy-fairy, impractical, and unattainable, otherwise, they can and will not move beyond their present level of awareness by virtue of the fact that they are keeping themselves locked in an outgrown state of consciousness. It is time to fully, completely, and honestly examine your life, your decisions, your choices, and your belief system, not with judgment and criticism, but rather with the love and understanding that comes from knowing that every person is only capable of living out from their highest attained level of consciousness. Remember this, as actions you may have taken in the past fill you with shame, guilt, or remorse when seen with new insight. Know that everyone, self included, is doing the best they can with where they are at. This is how you learn to love yourself, which is imperative if you are to accept the reality of oneness. Even the murderer thinks he is somehow making things better. Examine what you learned, still need to learn, and how you grew from the most painful experiences of your life. Ask yourself, what was I believing at that time that made me feel, respond, or act this way? Do I still believe the same? In the light of what I now know, are these beliefs true? These questions are important tools that only you can use and which can help you become more aware of what you still hold in consciousness. Nothing you ever do, say, or think can make you more lovable and worthy of good than you already are. You are expressions of the one divine consciousness, and nothing can or will ever change that. If or when emotions of judgment, criticism, and self-loathing surface, as old energy surfaces, know that it is a sign you are graduating and moving beyond the old concepts and beliefs that created them in the first place, and which you have carried in cellular memory for centuries. Bless all emotions as they arise, for they are your teachers. And bless the fact that you understand what is taking place, for there remain many going through clearings who do not. Be grateful, as you realize that you are spiritually ready to rid yourself of all that no longer serves your highest good, regardless of how physically, emotionally, mentally or spiritually uncomfortable the process may be. There is so much taking place that you are not aware of, and are not being told about by the media. Stop attempting to find answers to everything taking place, for the human mind simply cannot give you the answers you seek. Begin to live out from your true nature, relying upon the fact that completeness lies within and will manifest outwardly as what is needed if allowed. Take frequent breaks to be silent and rest in the divinity of your own being as you go about your day, regardless of where you are. This can be just a moment that only you know about. Allow your divine self to live your life in all the seemingly ordinary activities, for all activity is spiritual. There is no such thing as the profane versus the spiritual, as many religions teach. There is only one infinite divine consciousness expressing itself as infinite form and variety. We are not saying to throw up your hands while declaring God is all. When situations arise that need addressing on a three-dimensional level, for that would simply be pretending to a state of consciousness not yet attained. We are saying that in these intense times of confusion and fear for so many, do not lose sight of the fact that the one omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient divine consciousness is and always has been the only power and reality. Many believe that Earth and everything on it is illusion. Earth, its people, and all forms of life are not, and never have been, illusion. It is the false interpretations of minds conditioned by beliefs of duality and separation that constitute illusion. Begin to look deeper, and see everything through eyes of truth, rather than judging by appearances. Begin to trust that the eye of you knows what you need, when you need it, and how to get it to you. Some of what you need may not be pleasant according to three-dimensional standards, but may be necessary for spiritual growth. This is where trust comes in. Once you seriously begin a spiritual journey, this choice is often made on a subconscious level. The journey intensifies and the train leaves the station, often going in directions you did not expect or even want. You are in physical form at this time because you chose to be here. You were well aware of the difficulties you would encounter when living in the lower frequencies of the third dimension, but you chose to come, anyway, in order to complete your own journey as well as to add light and assistance to others in a world struggling through the powerful energies of dimensional ascension. Your moment has arrived, and if things are not what you expected personally or globally, allow these concepts to drop away, and simply allow, trust, and acknowledge I am. We are the Arcturian Group. John 14. Empowerment. Welcome to our message, dear readers. You are doing a fine job of holding the light, in spite of how things look when judged by concepts of how they should be. Outwardly, it may seem as if nothing of a higher level is taking place, but the outer scene is a three-dimensional expression of the awakening that is taking place in the hearts and minds of increasingly more individuals. High resonating frequencies of light are bursting ancient dams of ignorance in both personal and global consciousness, allowing long repressed emotions to finally flow out and take form in individual ways. Emotions, energy in motion, that are now expressing outwardly have been alive and well throughout lifetimes, but kept hidden often, even from the one holding them, through fear. Those receptive are beginning to feel a sense of empowerment not experienced before. This, in turn, is causing increasingly more individuals to realize that much of what they have been led to believe is false, and based in concepts of separation. Hearts and minds are opening to realize that every person is entitled to freedom, equality, and respect, regardless of skin color, gender, or station in life. You who are already spiritually awake are doing the same work as those on the streets, but are doing it through your spiritual realization of truth, and by being examples of loving action and words. Both ways reflect the surfacing of old energy ready and needing to be recognized and cleared, which will serve to bring a new level of awareness to the collective. There will be less fear and more unity, as efforts to bring about change continue to unfold. Those filled with hate and violence, and who cause wanton destruction, are not promoting a higher cause, but are simply using the movement as an excuse to act out their own negative personal agenda. Their actions do not help to lift world consciousness, but also cannot stop the expansion of it, for the light is power and reality, whereas concepts have nothing to sustain or maintain them other than me. Belief in them. Varying pockets of dense energy formed over time will surface as mankind is ready. At this time, it is the energy of slavery and entitlement based in beliefs of separation that is surfacing. Other long-held belief systems waiting to be cleared are abundance or finance, gender inequality, health or drugs, food, separation, and organized religion. As these things begin to be seen from a higher level, many will choose to no longer align with them in their present state, bringing about change. Judging by appearances, it may seem as if the world is devolving rather than evolving, but that would not be possible, dear ones. What you are witnessing is the collective consciousness opening to new levels of awareness by virtue of the people themselves, who are making it happen, whether consciously aware of it or not. This is why you are where you are right now at this time. You are the Ets you have hoped would land and save you, and you are the ascended masters you have cried out to for guidance, but in the density of third-dimensional energy, you have forgotten who you are. You are personally and globally experiencing exactly what you came to be a part of. Trust that everything is proceeding according to plan. Attempting to understand everything with the human mind will always result in half-truths, because the human mind is only able to access what is already in the collective. Instead, seek answers from within, from divine mind, and they will come as needed, through others, from intuition, from a direct inner voice, or any number of other ways. However, you must understand there are no answers for many of the things you wish to know, because energy is forming itself in each now moment, which is why we say that you, the people, are creating the world you wish to see. Live your awareness by aligning with truth, rather than with the fear-based speculation and propaganda being promoted by media and some leaders. Rest in your heart center, as an observer, seeing through outer appearances to the reality taking place behind the scenes. When you do this, you bring your energy to higher solutions and change, rather than to appearances that consist of what is old and finished. You may not agree with all change, simply because it is difficult to see the finished product while it is still in the process of being created. Change unfolds and evolves as the consciousness forming them unfolds and evolves. Do not expect the changes you hope to see immediately manifest fully formed, but know that the process has begun. The energy of Earth is becoming increasingly higher and change has begun. Many think of change only as it applies to government, religion, health services, education, etc. But larger change can only follow individual change, So be prepared for change in your personal life as well. When even one person awakens to truth, it adds awareness to the collective, for there is only one consciousness. As the collective evolves, it automatically creates new and higher ways of understanding and doing things. Individuals become empowered as they awaken to their oneness with Source, other people, and all life forms. The result is that as increasingly more people reclaim their power, and refuse to accept or align with the disempowering ego actions of others, they begin loving and respecting themselves in a new way. Empowerment is the finger that pushes the first domino of the long ancient line of dominoes that every person accumulates over lifetimes. It has begun. Everyone will eventually stand powerfully in their identity as a divine being, for it is reality. However, not all are at a point of readiness for this realization, and you may experience situations where firm words and actions on your part are needed. Empowerment means doing what needs to be done in ways the other can relate to, which can seem harsh if that is what is needed, but always from a consciousness of oneness. When words and actions are carried on an energy stream of love, the recognition of the other's true divine nature, they may seem harsh but will carry a much higher frequency than if the same words and actions were sent out on energy streams of hate or anger. Empowerment never means being another's doormat, or allowing family, friend, church, or organization to have control over your thoughts and decisions. This does not mean you never listen to or ponder the well-meaning ideas of others, but does mean that after giving them honest consideration, the bottom line remains yours and yours alone. Empowerment affects all relationships, marriage, family, church, co-workers, etc. Everyone is feeling, or at least beginning to be aware of, personal empowerment, but how they interpret and act upon it is determined by the state of their consciousness. This is why you are witnessing peaceful protesters attempting to bring about positive change, while at the same time you see looters and destroyers seeking only self-gratification. Women, in general, have had a more difficult time accepting empowerment, because of having lived many lifetimes as both men and women during times that gave no credibility, power, respect, or equality to females. Some parts of the world still live this way, and continue to feed this obsolete energy into the collective. Many men and women still carry this energy in cellular memory. Some who have lived lives as abusive men have chosen a female body in this life in order to experience the other side of it. The high frequencies of the divine feminine are quickly integrating and balancing with the divine masculine, because mankind is now spiritually ready. More and more women are choosing to live empowered lives free from fear and intimidation, and more men are feeling free to express their emotions without feeling unmanly. Occasionally, the pendulum may swing too far one way or the other, but will eventually center, because the equal balance of both masculine and feminine energy is reality. It is not always women who need to bring in their masculine, or men who need to integrate their feminine, because everyone has lived many lives as both male and female, and frequently one energy will remain dominant, which is why some experience gender confusion. Never forget that you are consciousness utilizing a physical body, and not a physical body with a little pocket of consciousness tucked in somewhere. A woman does not need to act masculine, nor does a man need to act feminine, in order to be balanced and fully integrated with both. It is only within third-dimensional energy that the masculine and feminine are seen as separate, for in reality they are simply the two halves of one divine whole. personal and global situations based in, built on, and maintained by force and dominance will crumble, and the rights of all, not just a select few, will begin to be acknowledged. Active, doer masculine or mind energy will become balanced and supported by the receptive, intuitive, loving feminine or heart energy and vice versa. Men are opening to and acknowledging the feminine energies already present within them, which is allowing them to be more open, intuitive, and able to express unconditional love. Women are integrating their already present masculine energy, allowing them to be more active, make decisions, and be supportive of their feminine qualities. Most of you who read these messages have already done this work, and are well balanced and live both qualities naturally and without thought. It is a new time, personally and globally. The pandemic will run its course. Do not allow the fear being promoted by media, some leaders, and those who benefit from others' fears to suck you into some fear-based agenda. Do what you must, obey the rules, but remember always, God alone is power. We are the Arcturian Group. John 28, out with the old. Welcome, dear readers. We have the Arcturian Group, as well as others on this side, see you as a light, core, leading the masses, and yet most of you believe you are doing nothing. You are leading, not with protests and overt actions, but simply by the light of your evolved consciousness, which of course goes wherever you go. If receptive, able to align with, a person can be healed or awakened, simply by being in the presence of a high resonating consciousness, because there is only one consciousness. Those who fully embrace duality and separation are only able to express themselves in ways that align with that level of awareness. Do not pass judgment on how things should be playing out, as judgment is always based in concepts. All is proceeding according to plan. Life and even survival was very difficult when duality and separation ruled the thinking of the majority. The energy from intense experiences of pain, suffering, and all challenges in past lifetimes remains alive and well until cleared. Many of these old energies have been carried from lifetime to lifetime in cellular memory, and continue to manifest as problems or disease if activated, once again, through alignment with some person, place, or thing. Example: a person who died once or more by falling from a cliff or some height will remain terrified of high places in every lifetime and not know why. All inordinate fear, as well as love for certain people, places, or things, indicate past life experiences with them. These energies can serve as protection or warning, but you have evolved beyond any need to carry around old energy. As they surface, these old and no longer needed energies often manifest as some intense physical, emotional, or mental issue that seems to have come out of nowhere. Allow the process. If you feel exhausted, lie down or take a break. If you are having pain, address it as best you can without heavy drugs, and allow it to move through. If you feel overly anxious for no reason, take time to center and align with your real self. See a doctor if you are guided to do so, but know that nothing is random for the spiritually evolved, especially at this time. Once a person realizes that they are a divine being, and it becomes their state of consciousness, anything they still carry that is not in alignment with this will continue to surface until recognized. All, not just a few, old energies are now surfacing. Even relatively unimportant concepts and beliefs are being swept from the corners of consciousness. Remember, you have lived hundreds of lives and accumulated energy from many, many experiences. some of old concepts and beliefs you may want to keep, for in your mind they make life more comfortable and fun. But like it or not, when you are spiritually ready, your higher self will begin the process of moving you forward and beyond some of them, if that is what is necessary. Do not make the mistake many religions make in determining that this activity is bad, evil, but this one is good, holy. Everything is spiritual, God is omnipresent. It is a mind conditioned with beliefs of duality and separation that determine some things are good and others bad. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, other than the one divine consciousness. Oneness, the bottom line, and spiritual key that unlocks all things. Regardless of how pleasant or harmless a false belief may seem, it must be left behind in order for new, higher, and better ones to replace it. The story of the phoenix gloriously arising out of the ashes is a true story, your story. The majority does not yet understand about the clearing of old energy, and believes that the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual experiences they are having right now are personally their problems to fix. The only qualities that are, or ever can be, personally yours are those of divine consciousness. Never claim error of any sort is personally yours, for all error is impersonal, a collective belief in separation from God. Those of you who are drawn to these messages no longer live under the shadow of the old. You have evolved beyond your previous, seeking, state of consciousness, and must now begin to trust that everything is as it needs to be, both personally and globally. Do not resist or go into fear, but rather, rejoice in the realization that the world is experiencing a turning point. Present times do not feel familiar or comfortable as they did in the past, but know that being here at this time is the reason you chose to incarnate. You are being presented with opportunities to live the truth you integrated through many lifetimes of searching and study. You are learning to love yourself and others through your ability to see through appearances to the spiritual reality underlying them, which in turn is serving to open and lift the collective. Be patient, for events must unfold gradually in order to be seen, acknowledged, and replaced in a higher form. Current forms of law, government, medicine, education, religion, and all things based in concepts of duality and separation must eventually dissolve, because the energy that formed them will no longer exist when higher frequencies become dominant in the collective. Within the next few months you will witness some interesting events and changes. By letting go of any remaining concepts of what these changes or results must be or look like, you become a silent witness to the subtle and not so subtle energies now flowing into world consciousness. Most humans live in a dream, hypnotized by beliefs of duality and separation. The dreams are sometimes good and at other times are nightmares, but always they remain dreams, having no law to support, sustain, or maintain them. Much of the world is awakening out of this dream state, but for many it is difficult to leave behind that which is familiar and has been accepted as reality throughout all other lifetimes. Begin to see and think of yourself as an expression of divine consciousness, rather than a physical body. When problems arise, and they will, acknowledge that you are not one with, but are the wisdom, intelligence, harmony, etc., of one omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent God. Examine your belief system as to what you may still hold as truth that is not in alignment with this truth. Evolution, while living in the dense energy of a three-dimensional world, is a gradual process and one you have been at since the beginning of your earthly sojourns. Every lifetime brings learning and growth to the individual, regardless of how useless the life may appear to others. You have done the work and are ready to allow your many lifetimes and experiences to come together as a complete whole. Trust that all is as it should be, through the realization that you are no longer personally in charge. Allowing means allowing the divine consciousness you are to be in charge of itself. Evolution can be delayed through free will, but cannot be avoided because the goal is already fully present, simply awaiting recognition. Many, out of habit or fear, continue walking through life with one foot in both worlds long after the time has come for them to place both feet in reality. Many so-called spiritual leaders still walk and teach a divided path, but you have evolved beyond the need for some guru, priest, minister, teacher in the outer to tell you what to believe. Those who continue to live divided once they know the truth will remain in the old energy, because there is no unexpressed consciousness, and they will be creating this. Duality and separation cannot come with you into a higher state of consciousness. We are not saying you must attempt to live the absolute, or that you must forego the pleasures of life on earth, but rather, as we have said many times before, living spiritually is a matter of holding truth foremost in your heart and mind as you go about your ordinary activities, which turns even the most mundane of tasks into a spiritual activity. Look to and trust your intuition, that silent inner knowing that flows from within, and which will guide you in every aspect of life, if allowed. Are you willing to turn away from the distractions that keep you from hearing it? Those who spend every waking moment staring at and checking their phones, and who have plugs in their ears most of the time, will not hear their guidance or intuition, and then wonder why. Intuition is heard in silence, a silence that may be the rustle of wind through trees in a forest, a bird's song, a stream bubbling over stones, a baby's smile or giggle, in quiet acceptance, or in the silence of deep meditation. Examine your present lifestyle, and see if you yourself are tuning out the guidance you ask for and believe you never receive. Guidance occasionally, but rarely, comes as loud voice, but rather comes as a gentle quiet knowing that feels right and is often very practical. It may make the right person or company light up when you search the internet or yellow pages. I may stop you in your tracks when you begin stepping out in front of an oncoming car or start walking down an unsafe street. Life lived in alignment with your real self is not the pie-in-the-sky, boring holy card image many think it is. The energy of a consciousness of oneness is the energy of peace, harmony, joy, love, and friendships. The third-dimensional world as you have known it is changing, and will never return to what was. We cannot say exactly what is going to happen, for you are determining that, but know that if you remain locked into the past, positive change will take much longer. Live, move, and have your being truth. You are ready. We are the Arcturian Group. Joel 12. The choice is now. Dear readers, we bring with our message a great deal of love and respect, for we are well aware of how difficult things have become for so many. Remember that present times represent a large part of the journey you yourself chose for helping to create a new and better world. You are right where you are supposed to be at this time, even if it doesn't seem that way according to three-dimensional standards. The silence, the isolation, and the ceasing of what keeps people hypnotized, unaware, and always frantically looking outside of themselves for their good, is serving to awaken many who have never before taken time to look within, and honestly examine their and the world's belief system. The basic structure of most three-dimensional creations must first dissolve before reappearing in a higher form. This is what the world is now experiencing. The chaos will not last forever, because manifested three-dimensional concepts have no law to support or hold them in place without the energy of belief in them. As more and more awaken, these old creations will simply no longer have the substance necessary to keep them in place. You have awakened, and now understand that everyone, including yourself, has always been, and always will be, divine consciousness in physical form. However, over time individualized expressions of the one divine consciousness became polluted, conditioned, and manipulated through the acceptance of duality and separation as reality, thus creating the human condition. You now know who and what you are, and thus it is time to cease judging or criticizing yourselves for actions taken in a previous state of consciousness. Accept the truth of your divine nature, and stop dragging debris from the past front and center to moan about and regret, in the false belief that this is spiritual humility. You are now able to see things from a higher perspective, so you must cease living from familiar but outgrown programming in order to fit in or please someone. Many things taking place seem horrendous when seen with enlightened eyes, but do not allow yourself to get sucked into, align with, the negative and fear-based information that constantly bombards you from news and politics. Also, be aware that there are some channels that do not reflect a high level of light, and do not assume that, just because they are channels, they are truth. Channels can rise no higher than the consciousness of the one doing the channel. Always trust and be guided by your intuition in these matters. Be informed, but not immersed, spiritual observers, informed and aware, but able to withhold adding energy to appearances. Understand that many victims chose their experiences as part of their evolutionary journey. Sometimes, it is a necessary karmic resolution experience that they are ready to complete. A spiritually evolved soul may plan a life experience that will place him or her exactly where their experience will force others to awaken. These brave souls chose to assist the ascension process in ways they themselves chose, but did not personally need for soul growth. Other times, these types of experiences are simply on the bucket list of an individual who needs the experience for growth and learning. It is not always the case, but examples could be that of the cruel slave owner, who on the other side realized his need for energetic balance and greater understanding, and chooses to reincarnate in a black body. A person who killed and persecuted Native Americans 200 years ago may choose to experience life as a Native American living on a poor reservation. In spite of appearances, everything is perfect. Energy is always seeking to align with itself as the completeness and wholeness of one. Knowing these things does not mean you ignore where there is some human need, but means you remember that there is a bigger picture happening that most, as of yet, do not know about. Stay centered in the realization that higher dimensional frequencies of oneness are integrating into the collective at this time, exposing and bringing about the outer events. All is proceeding according to plan. Chaos will continue to reign a while, as the new collective consciousness struggles to be born. Let go of all programmed fear, dear ones, and accept that you are right where you need to be at this time. Stand back, allow the process, and trust. As divine consciousness individualized, you need do nothing but hold to truth and allow it to guide as you go about the ordinary, human activities of daily living, which then become not so much doing, but rather being. You knew on a deeper level that present times were going to take place, but you still chose to be here, because you knew that the intense energies would allow you the opportunity to clear any remaining karmic imbalances, old cellular memory, and allow you to shift into a higher state of consciousness while in a physical body. Look within for any remaining power you may still give to some person, place, or thing. Replace it with the realization nothing in the outer has power, because there is only one power, and that power is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. This power is you, not your humanhood, not the Mary, John, or Bill you believed yourself to be, but the real you. Hold this sacred truth foremost in your head and heart whenever you are tempted to give power to someone or something in the outer. The reality of you is divine consciousness, and until you can accept this and allow it to become your state of consciousness, you will remain in and continue to experience old energy. It is time to step away from all old programming instilled into you by family, friends, religions, politics, schooling, military, or any authority figures, regardless of how fully you may have at one time accepted, or even still accept, some of it. This doesn't mean that every law, rule, and all information at this time is wrong. It simply means to re-examine your current belief system about these things, and begin to bring your beliefs into alignment with a higher expression of these things. Know that forms of duality and separation consciousness can only ever be illusory pictures in the mind, concepts of whatever spiritual reality underlies them, for you cannot make something out of nothing. Pictures of sense manifest in alignment with the state of consciousness of the individual and or collective. So-called good pictures are no more real or better than bad ones. This is why things rot and disappear when the reality of them is no longer present. There is only God, and it is, always has been, and always will continue manifesting itself in and as all life. There is only one life, and that one life can never be ended, manipulated, changed, or eliminated, regardless of appearances to the contrary. This one life is forever expressing itself in and as infinite form and variety. Protect, love, and honor all life, in the realization that there is only one, and thus what you do to others you do to yourself. Everyone draws to themselves whatever energies they are in alignment with. Again, one automatically seeks alignment with the wholeness of itself. This information always brings forth the topic of abortion. We will not get into this today, only to say that a soul doesn't fully enter at the time of conception, as so many believe, but rather goes in and out, often deciding if this is a right choice or not, and frequently not fully integrating until birth. The energy is allowing those ready and willing to move into a higher dimensional state of consciousness. The choice to accept the process is, and always will be, an individual free will choice, but the choice is now. Now, not down the road, not after you feel a little more holy, not after you read a certain book, or take another class, make pilgrimage to some holy site, or no longer curse and get angry. The time is now, dear ones, to know, accept, and thus consciously become that which you have always been. We are the Arcturian Group. Joel 26. The train has left the station, dear readers. During these times of so much turmoil and confusion, our hope is that these messages will bring information and encouragement. Do not become discouraged, for present times are the very reason you chose to be on earth at this time. The shift that so many have hoped and prayed for has been, but does not look like so many expected it to look. This is because they were imagining it with three-dimensional concepts of what a perfect new world would look like. All the bad guys would be removed and all the good guys would live happily ever after with no problems. Release any remaining concepts you may still hold regarding the Earth's ascension, and allow the process to unfold as it must. Many old and well-established three-dimensional creations must first surface in order to be seen and recognized for what they really represent, before the majority can be aware of, reject, and stop energetically feeding them. This is a process, but as maps point out, you are here. This will continue for a while and there is more to come. Stand centered in your highest spiritual realization as an observer, but one who is open to helping as needed. Some are being guided to take an active role, while others are to simply hold the light. Neither is more important than the other, but both must be done without ego involvement. Follow your intuition, listen, trust, and know that you are always being guided. We see many changes coming soon, and more to be revealed that is not yet energetically ready for manifestation. Do not be shocked and upset when people and issues begin to be exposed for who and what they represent. You are prepared and have had fair warning, but some information will be shocking to those still living in old energy. You may be called upon to reassure and assist those unprepared for information and change. It can be a time of celebration if you allow it to be, and if you are able to let go of concepts about how everything should or shouldn't look. The journey toward a higher resonating planet Earth has been, and no amount of interference from those seeking to uproot the process can stop it. Much of today's chaos is the activity of those who do not want the world to awaken into a new level of awareness, for that would mean that they could no longer manipulate and control. However, they are running out of options, for the light has spiritual law to uphold, maintain, and sustain it, whereas false beliefs and concepts do not. As one's personal consciousness becomes more enlightened, they begin to access and resonate with previously unavailable higher dimensional frequencies, because they are now in alignment with them. This, in turn, results in misalignment with some other things, like certain foods. Avoid processed junk and false foods, no matter how delicious and healthy the packaging tells you they are. This also goes for fruits and vegetables poisoned with pesticides, picked long before ready, sometimes even colored, and then displayed beautifully for purchase. Choose foods that more closely align with your energy and trust your intuition as you shop. The sky is not going to fall down if you eat something of a lower resonance, but you will feel better and your energy will be supported when you choose higher resonating foods. New energy levels will also cause some entertainments, TV shows, books, and activities to no longer resonate with you as they once did. Family and friends who remain in alignment with these things will not understand why you are choosing to no longer fully participate, and may interpret your lack of interest as personal rejection, frequently bringing about discord and misunderstanding. It can be a loving gesture to continue participating when something no longer important to you is very important to another, but never surrender your integrity or personal power in order to please others or fit in. Do not allow pressure from others or a desire to keep the peace cause you to slip back into places you have outgrown, or cause you to believe that there is something wrong with you. It is never a question of wrong or right, it is simply a matter of energetic misalignment. Never surrender your innate power as a divine being, But at the same time, be alert to avoid resistance on your part that can easily slip into being an ego game that becomes about the three-dimensional sense of power. Walking on eggshells in order to please another must cease. If a person is ever to experience their own innate power, there are situations, and more coming, in your life when you will simply and without regret or guilt, step away. Always stand in your spiritual integrity, power, lovingly but firmly, without making mountains out of molehills in the false belief that you must stand your ground, regardless. That simply gives power to some person or activity that in and of itself has no power. Power is never personal, bestowed only on a select few. God alone is power, and that power flows in, as, and through you from source within. It is your birthright. Ego, or the sense of a selfhood apart from God, never has or ever can have real power, although many continue to claim it for themselves, and appearances may look that way. Because a physical body is necessary for three-dimensional living, you are limited in some ways, and often under the influence of collective thought. As truth increasingly becomes your attained level of consciousness, many three-dimensional concepts will fade away, allowing you to actually experience increasingly more qualities of divine consciousness that were previously just intellectual knowledge. Once a truth becomes your realized state of consciousness, you are no longer in alignment with commonly accepted but false beliefs about it. You will begin to notice that you often know or act without conscious thought, and it turns out to be the perfect action for the situation. You begin to automatically know what foods your body needs, and what activities are right for you. Synchronicities happen, and things begin to fall into place easily and without effort. The right people come into your life at the right time. The harmony, completeness, wholeness, and intelligence of your own realized consciousness is expressing through you without personal effort. You are allowing rather than trying to make it happen, being rather than doing. Lecturing, preaching, or punishing the unawakened never brings about lasting change, for every person is only capable of living their attained level of consciousness until they can open to their next level, which usually comes about through experiences. Jail or prison, counseling, and intense experiences all have potential to awaken someone, if they are receptive, but higher awareness can never be forced on another. Never fear or resist allowing certain people to fade out of your life, if they are choosing to remain in old energy and you find yourself no longer in alignment with them. It is not your job to save anyone, that is the person's own job, for every person has a higher self and guides. Your work is to have your hand out and available at all times, should another choose to grab it. But it is never to reach down into someone's personal gutter and pull them out without their consent or desire. Their situation could very well be a planned part of their evolutionary journey. Always allow intuition to guide you in these situations, for a person may actually be seeking help but not seem that way, while another may simply want you to further enable them. Awakening happens when the higher self determines that a person is ready, and high-frequency energy and current events are serving to shift many into readiness. A new wave of energy is coming very soon, one that will expose and change many things. Your awakened consciousness will draw to you those ready to hear what you can tell them about what is happening personally and globally. Love is the core and essence of all things, because it is the energetic connection of the many within one. This interconnecting energy exists between all living things, but has been falsely interpreted by the three-dimensional mind. The result has been a multitude of commonly accepted beliefs about love, attraction, emotion, sex, possession, as well as some very negative ones. Current conditions are forcing many for the first time to begin experiencing a sense of oneness. You are witnessing the birth of a higher sense of love in collective thought, as the virus and isolation puts everyone in the same boat, so to speak. Because there is only one, love embraces all life, regardless of skin color, sexual orientation, age, race, wealth, looks, or anything else that has throughout history served to separate people. Love is the innate knowing, consciousness, that all things are connected. Relationships of all kinds start with some sort of sense of oneness, goals, likes or dislikes, interests, attraction, etc., but are experienced according to the state of consciousness of those involved. Frequently, a sense of oneness comes from having been connected in some way to another person in previous lives, which then manifests in this life, either as attraction or repulsion, depending upon previous relationships. Most heterosexual as well as homosexual partnerships take place between two who have become very close through previous shared lifetime experiences. As the reality of pure love integrates and becomes a person's attained state of consciousness, they automatically, and without thought or ego-driven goal, begin to respond to all life situations from a place of love, because they have become love. Always remember, you are consciousness. All is proceeding according to plan. Trust. Allow. Love. The train has left the station. We are the Arcturian Group. Org 23. Segue into a new state of consciousness. Greetings, dear ones. Once again, we join you old souls to explore the issues involved in living on Earth during a time that has become confusing and troubling, even for those who are aware. You already know that it is a time of great change, but many of you unconsciously continue to hope and wait for everything to return to normal, or the way things were. This cannot happen, because consciousness, being the substance of form, is changing and evolving, both personally and globally. The energy that formed the creations of the world you are familiar with is not the same and will no longer energetically support much that you have come to accept as normal. Many aspects of three-dimensional living are dissolving in order to reappear in higher and better forms that reflect a higher state of consciousness. It is simply cause and effect. Compare the present to a seed in the ground that is forcing its way up through the darkness of heavy, dense dirt before it can emerge into the light as a strong, healthy plant ready to grow into its full potential. The seeds of a new and higher dimensional world are present, alive and well, but must work their way through the dense and heavy dirt of duality and separation. Cells store and continue to hold energy from intense experiences of past and present lifetimes. Some of these experiences were good, some bad, and a few horrendous and terrifying. This old energy remains alive and well, affecting a person's life choices until cleared through conscious intention or spiritual evolutionary growth. High resonating frequencies of light dissolve and replace those of lower resonance, because there is no divine law to sustain, maintain, or hold them in place. The higher frequencies of light now pouring to Earth, along with your intention and choice to spiritually evolve and clear old energy, is exposing a tremendous amount of low resonating energy, globally as well as personally. Increasingly more people are beginning to experience a sense who and what they are, and that they themselves and not others are the creators of their lives. This move into empowerment is affecting everyone differently, because every person interprets life according to their state of consciousness. This is why there is a lot of negative chaos taking place, while at the same time, there are individuals acting from their newly awakened sense of empowerment with positive, uplifting, and more evolved activities based in love. Because you have evolved to being consciously aware that God or divine consciousness is the reality of you and everyone else, your job during these times is to stand back and, in the light of your awareness, allow the outer process to unfold without trying to direct it. All is progressing as it needs to, which may not be how you or the majority think it should or want it to based on limited three-dimensional concepts. Try not to be overly concerned with outer appearances, but rather, use them to focus more fully on the truth underlying them, while examining your belief system with regard to particular appearances that may be affecting you. Information is beginning to surface that is shocking to you. You knew that many would be shocked when long-embedded dark activities began to surface, but you didn't expect that you yourself would be shocked. This well runs very deep. Be aware, but do not become overly involved with energetically dark and heavy information. More is to come. The swamp is indeed being drained, but not in the way many anticipated. Be in the world, but not of it, for you have evolved beyond the need for the lessons of old energy. You have played the games being played at this time over many lifetimes, and your work now is to be a light holder wherever you are. A light holder stays centered in truth, in oneness, and in the consciousness of God as the one and only power fully present within every soul, whether or not they choose to accept this. The core essence of every person is divine, for there is nothing else. How can there be something outside of one? To believe that there is duality, the false energy that has formed most three-dimensional creations. There is not, and never has been, a far-away God keeping track of who is naughty and who is nice. Even some very evolved individuals continue unconsciously holding beliefs of a punishing or rewarding God, because these beliefs ruled throughout many lifetimes and have become deeply embedded in collective consciousness. Recognize this old energy for when you find yourself expecting to be punished for some unintended infraction. If there is only one omnipresent God, where would any other life come from? Where would any other mind come from, or any other consciousness? There is only one, and that one is forever expressing itself in infinite form and variety. This is the truth that every person must at some point acknowledge, accept, and live. Do I believe this or not? This is the essence of the spiritual evolutionary journey. Picture a body of water, then picture a body of land. And, with that same concept in mind, imagine a body of consciousness. This is the reality of you. You never have been a material body housing a consciousness, but have always been a body of consciousness. What you see as the physical body is a material concept, necessary for living in third-dimensional energy, of the perfect spiritual body of consciousness, reflecting the conditioned beliefs and state of consciousness of the individual. Ponder this, take it into your meditation. Nothing exists but one omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient divine consciousness or God. Therefore, no one is, or ever could be, separate from that one or, for that matter, each other. Everything is formed of the same stuff, divine consciousness, but interpreted by human minds according to their attained level of awareness. The realization and consciousness of one is the bottom line, period, and the only key to true happiness and fulfillment. What am I believing that is manifesting in my life this way? What do I hold in my consciousness as being truth? Experiences are taking place in the lives of many awake individuals that are no longer a part of their belief system, and this is leaving them confused and wondering why. You must understand that over hundreds of previous lives everyone has accumulated low resonating energies that are now surfacing. If some intense unpleasant experience is currently presenting in your life, consider it to be a graduation rather than a failure, for it indicates that you have achieved a level of awareness prepared to clear and move beyond the remaining remnants of the energy. Old energies, hidden in the corners of every person's consciousness, are being swept out at this time. Issues that previously would have not been noticed are now declaring themselves with a loud voice. No one is presented with experiences beyond their ability to learn from, or is incapable of healing. Every individual's higher self directs and guides their personal evolutionary journey in unity with the person's pre-birth contract. Pre-birth soul contracts are created before incarnating with the help of a spiritual guidance team and do not simply reflect a person's current state of consciousness, but rather what they are spiritually prepared for and need in order to learn and spiritually grow. During these intense times of spiritual awakening, everyone is experiencing a full plate of stuff to be acknowledged, rather than just one or two issues, as has been usual in other lifetimes. This is because you have chosen and are on Earth at this time to move into the higher frequencies of Earth's ascension process, and low resonating energy cannot be carried into the higher frequencies. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Try not to resist anything, but rather allow unconditional love to be your shield and sword in every situation. If you are drawn to these messages, it means you are not a beginner in the evolutionary journey and are no longer experiencing random events representative of the third-dimensional belief system. Rather, you are being pushed and guided to a higher level of awareness. Trust your intuition. Stay centered at all times, meeting every low-resonating situation you see, read about, or personally experience from your highest realization of truth. This does not mean you do nothing of a practical nature, but means you do what needs to be done from a place of spiritual realization and knowledge. This is your segue into that state of consciousness you have unknowingly sought, lifetime after lifetime, one in which the personal, limited you no longer exists, having been replaced by you. We are the Arcturian Group. Step 6. Hold your light, for light is the only reality. Dear readers, welcome to our message. All is proceeding according to plan, although it may not seem that way when observed with three-dimensional eyes and through concepts about how a spiritually evolving universe should look. Over eons of time, dark energies became deeply embedded, allowing them to penetrate every aspect of life on Earth. Generation after generation has been, and still is being, taught that duality and separation are the reality. These energies are gradually surfacing in order to be recognized for what they represent, and eventually clear as people cease energetically feeding, maintaining, and sustaining them, for this is all that holds them in place. Most people are experiencing high levels of anxiety at this time. Do not resist these feelings in the false belief that as an awakened person you shouldn't have these types of emotions. Simply acknowledge them, remember that they are always impersonal, and then move on. Worry and anxiety are not qualities of source and therefore have no law to support them. As you evolve, Your energy changes and begins to vibrate at a higher frequency, causing you to automatically be more sensitive to the energy of people, places, and things. This can result in experiencing emotions like fear, anger, anxiety, etc. that are not yours. Be alert, not claim them as yours, but simply allow them to pass through and out, without giving them power. We are aware of what most of you are feeling during these times, and we say to you that all is proceeding according to plan. Do not get involved in the energy of outer appearances, but rather, stand back as an observer, not denying or trying to change, heal, and correct appearances, but rather, as a watcher watching from a place of detached awareness, conscious of the reality underlying all things. Earth is a spiritual universe peopled with children of God and governed by love. However, the majority are still hypnotized by appearances to the contrary. Try to remember always that everything you see, hear, taste, touch, and smell are concepts of a spiritual reality that is being translated by the hypnotized collective mind as being good or bad, according to current duality and separation belief. When you find yourself reacting to something or some person in a negative way, use the occasion to honestly examine your beliefs. Accumulated obsolete three-dimensional beliefs often remain unknown and deeply hidden in consciousness, until something occurs to activate and bring awareness to them. It is at this point that you simply and with no guilt or resistance, ask yourself, what am I believing that is making me feel this way? There are no pairs of opposites in reality. Good appearances are just as illusory as the bad ones. Reality is spiritual, but most have not yet attained a level of energetic resonance capable of aligning with higher resonating frequencies and so believe they do not exist. This is why a great deal of trust is necessary during these present times. Not a continuing trust in government, organized religion, friends, family, or the so-called experts, but a trust in truth, that the reality is and always has been one omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent divine consciousness manifesting itself as all that is. Since God or divine consciousness is all that is, it is, and always has been, the only cause and, therefore, the only effect. Ponder this. Awakening to truth does not mean you suddenly stop living your life. You are on Earth at this time to evolve into enlightenment while in physical form, not to deny, hate, or try and avoid humanhood as some religions teach. The days of convents and monasteries with rigid rules and regulations regarding spirituality are long past. Mankind is ready to learn how to be in the world, but not of it. Enlightenment simply means living each day from your highest attained level of awareness, which then allows more truth to unfold. Do what needs to be done. Go to work, cook dinner, wash dishes, mow the lawn, perform surgery, teach, repair cars, or do absolutely nothing. But do it conscious of the fact that all activity is spiritual, with none being more spiritual than another. Yes, we realize that many activities have become perverted by human minds. But the reality is that activity is how individuals express the innate qualities of source that lie within them. There will always be some people you dislike, which frequently comes as the result of some past life interaction having nothing to do with the present. Other times, it is because certain individuals seem totally out of sync with your belief system. Do not judge yourself, or them, as bad or unspiritual, but rather, bring to mind that no one is good or evil in and of themselves, Since God is the reality of every individual, know that they are hypnotized and acting out from impersonal false beliefs based in duality and separation regarding themselves and others. This does not mean you try to be best friends, or ignore what may be troublesome or hurtful actions on their part, but rather means that after you remember the truth about them, you then take whatever human footsteps may be required. Being a loving and spiritually empowered person never means being another's doormat, nor does it mean walking on eggs in order to keep a false sense of peace. Silently greet every person you meet as the Christ, and send light to those far or near, in the realization that they know not what they do. The need for laws and jails will exist for a while yet, but the collective is becoming increasingly aware that actions and solutions based in unconditional love serve to rehabilitate and heal better than force and aggression. It is a powerful time to be on Earth, because the ascension process now taking place is allowing souls to heal and complete issues that they may have been carrying through lifetimes. Many wanted to come but were not permitted, for some reason or another. Much is yet to come that will awaken increasingly more individuals and give credence to what we are saying. Many and more will yet suffer and even die during this process, but know that most are volunteers who lovingly chose to assist in awakening the people of Earth. For some, their experiences were karmic completions chosen to be done publicly for others to see and learn from. For others, it is a personal choice as to how they can best serve the ascension process, but all are helping in their way to bring universal consciousness out of the dark ages and into the light. Those in the higher dimensions are observing and sending high fives to all, even as appearances on Earth would testify to total failure. Know that things are not as they appear to be. All is proceeding according to plan. Rejoice even in the midst of dark events, for these things reflect Earth's journey out of density and the process is bringing change. Many continue to awaken out of the hypnotized sleep of erroneous belief, in spite of continuing attempts by some to keep mankind locked in old energy. Remain alert and aligned with your intuition when you read channels, watch the news, or observe the actions of others, for much of it is not what it seems to be. Opening to higher levels of awareness is inevitable and cannot be avoided. Put off, yes, but never avoided, for every person is a divine being, an expression of God, whether they like it or not. This is a fact that can never change, regardless of how many lifetimes a person spends in denial. Be at peace, dear ones, rest in your heart, and meditate often. Meditation need not be the rigid, structured process that most of you were taught when learning to meditate. These methods were and necessary for those unable to relax or allow themselves to be silent without the help of structure. The purpose of meditation is nothing more than to reach a place of silent and secret alignment with the still small voice within. The process of getting there is what all of the structured guidelines have been about. Resting in I and the Father are one can be done any place, and at any time, with eyes open or shut. A pause at your desk, a trip to the bathroom, stopping for a red light, sitting under a tree, walking down a busy street, or being at the bedside of someone who is ill. Every activity of daily living offers an opportunity to center, align with, and silently realize, I am divine consciousness. Eventually, and without conscious effort, you begin to live meditation 24/7, and it becomes no longer something you do, but something you are. Be not afraid, dear ones, for you are exactly where you planned to be before incarnating. The planet is becoming increasingly filled with awakened souls who have chosen to assist in Earth's transition to a higher frequency. What you are witnessing is a world that is experiencing the strong and painful labor pains necessary for birthing a new world consciousness based in love and truth. Allow the process, dear ones. Allow the process, and hold your light, in spite of any and all personal or global appearances, for light is the only reality. We are the Arcturian Group. Sep 20. You may think you are doing nothing. Welcome, dear readers. Know that through your alignment with these messages you are in alignment with the energy of the Arcturian Group. All is proceeding according to plan, even though appearances look increasingly negative, especially for those who are unaware of the Ascension process taking place. You may think you are doing nothing, but each and every one of you chose to be a part of these energetically powerful times in order to provide your energy, experience, and knowledge from hundreds of previous lives to collective consciousness. The energy that emanates from one's consciousness is automatically felt in varying degrees by others, because there is only one. Energy always seeks to align with itself, drawing its own level of vibration. This is why there is the saying, birds of a feather flock together, and is also why attraction or repulsion frequently happens between people who do not even know each other. No one can hide their state of consciousness behind a mask for very long, although many try, and a few even succeed for a while. Energy speaks loudly, without words or actions, especially to those who live more from within than from without, and have become more aware of energy. Trust your intuition, for it is a powerful tool. Certain places will begin to feel heavy and uncomfortable, because your energy is now resonating at a higher frequency, causing you to be out of alignment with some favorite places, people, or activities. Honor these experiences without resistance or fanfare, but with understanding. There will continue to be times when you must participate in something you have outgrown, but rather than resist, use the occasion as an opportunity to practice staying centered, without judgment or criticism of those still in alignment with them. Never attempt to hold on to, or restore, something you have spiritually outgrown, through peer pressure, guilt, attachment, or common belief. Once you no longer energetically align with some person, place, thing, idea, or belief, nothing can make it as it was in a previous state of consciousness, unless it moves to your level. This is spiritual evolution. It is very important that you learn to let negative thoughts and feelings flow through and out, without claiming them to be personally yours simply because you are aware of them. The hundreds of negative thoughts and beliefs that float about in collective consciousness are always impersonal, because they are not reality, divine consciousness. The moment you claim them as yours, they become yours and then begin to draw to you similar energy. The only qualities that are personal to you are those of divine consciousness. Begin to claim these qualities, rather than every three-dimensional belief about money, health, spirituality, etc. That comes floating into your awareness from the collective. If you find that some similar, or same negative, thought seems to consistently present itself, it means you are somehow in alignment with that energy, drawing it to you. Use the experience to discover and clear the beliefs that are behind the consistent thought. A good example is a person who always thinks and worries about their health, and who automatically comes down with whatever disease is popular at the moment. Mind, in its perfect functioning as an avenue of awareness, lovingly forms for every person exactly what they hold in consciousness, from the substance of their consciousness. It is not uncommon for someone in the medical field who has specialized in a specific disease to find himself or someone close to him developing that very disease. Do I still accept age, deterioration, and disease as reality? Can God age or deteriorate? If disease was a part of divine consciousness, no person or treatment would ever be able to heal, change, or correct it, for it would be held permanently in place by divine law. Start accepting the truth that you are creators. Because the energy of Earth is becoming increasingly intense and refined, everything is manifesting very quickly, and it is much easier to suddenly discover one's self in some sort of unpleasant predicament when one slips back into old energy. Do not fear, but be alert to what you are feeling and believing in each moment. Practice truth, even though you don't yet fully realize it. The first part of spiritual awakening is knowledge, then the practice, and finally, when you least expect it, the realization where it becomes your attained state of consciousness. The next year is going to be one of turmoil but great awakening, as much of the old begins to crumble. It is important to stay in the now moment, not projecting and worrying about what is now or what is to come. Trust that Earth's ascension is a divine plan, and divine plans cannot be diverted or affected by resistance from human minds that are governed by ego and false information. As increasingly more light flows to Earth and exposes personal and global energies ready to be released, your body or life may seem to suddenly fall apart. Do what you need to do on a practical level, but never forget that there is much more happening than what three-dimensional appearances would testify to. With regard to the physical issues that are popping up for many of you right now, know that most of it consists of old disease or injury energy from past lives that will pass. Love is the highest form of energy, because it is divine reality. Love is omnipresent, is what you are made of, and is all there is. This is why you read and hear so much about love in messages from the higher dimensions. Love is the energy that connects and flows between all within one. We have stated this before, but it is very important to say it again, because understanding the true nature of love is the key to everything. Love is acknowledging the divine nature of everyone and everything, including self, along with the realization that you have never been other than this. On the three-dimensional level, love is interpreted through states of consciousness that are deeply conditioned by beliefs in duality and separation. Love has been degraded into meaning sex, power, ownership of another, pain, punishment, or even in some cultures and religious groups, the sacrifice of human or animal life. Love has been, and is often still, promoted as the giving up of one's own identity in order to serve another person or cause deemed more worthy. Never surrender your innate divine power out of guilt, remorse, or pressure from others, for it is who you are. If a need presents itself for you to serve in some way, let it be your choice, one made in full awareness of your divinity, and not something forced upon you by the opinions and beliefs of others. A sense of oneness is being felt by increasingly more people, although most do not yet understand what it is they are feeling. It is beginning to manifest as the result of destructive weather events and the many demonstrations happening around the world. Some who have always lived happily isolated, in comfortable homes, surrounded by their stuff and like-minded friends, are being forced, either from their own experiences or those of others, to begin questioning and examining their beliefs. Compassion, service, and a growing awareness of the problems of others are the beginning steps that eventually lead every individual to a state of consciousness in which no one is left out, a consciousness that understands that no one can be left out of one. You are seeing a great deal of political turmoil right now, which is the clash of old versus new. Those fully enmeshed in the old are unable to conceive of any other way of doing things, while the new is aware of how useless so much of the old has become. Much of what constitutes politics, law, and organized religion is based in structures of power over, and as these things are questioned and begin to collapse, it feels like a death to those who thrive from them. In their ignorance, they are attempting to keep everything as it was, doing all they can through words and actions to maintain the status quo, not realizing that new and better structures will emerge from the ashes of the old. Take heart, dear ones, for all is proceeding according to plan, unfolding as it can. We cannot give predictions, because you, the people of Earth, are creating the energy that manifests outwardly. We are observers, here to assist, but free will means that the people of Earth themselves must do the work of creating the energies necessary to build a new world consciousness. Mankind is now ready to stop looking to stars, metaphysical practices, ceremonies, gurus, priests, experts, or even governments to change things for the better. Every person must at some point stop believing him or herself to be a weak and powerless human being subject to every three-dimensional belief. Reclaiming your power means understanding, accepting, and living life from the realization that all power is already, and always has been, fully established within you. All a divine consciousness in expression, and consciousness of this is the only way a better world can eventually manifest. It is time for the people of Earth to put on their big girl or boy pants and come out from under the comfortable umbrella of third-dimensional belief. Like it or not, many three-dimensional security blankets are no longer going to work as they once did, because the energy that formed them has changed and is no longer supporting them. Trust that there is a divine plan. You are a part of it, and that all is proceeding according to this plan. We are the Arcturian Group. Orct 4, you are silent, vigilant sentinels. Welcome, dear readers. A sense of losing hope has come to some of you, even as you resist it. Know that it is okay to feel the emotions that arise in these powerfully energetic times, as so much negativity is being amplified in the outer. Don't resist them or judge yourself when they appear, but rather, simply recognize them for what they, impersonal, are and let them go. They can serve as perfect tools for practicing what you know. Much of what you are now witnessing in the outer scene is a three-dimensional response to false fear information being promoted through multiple media forms by those who stand to benefit from maintaining ignorance and fear in the majority. Many old and no longer relevant programs are breaking down in order to begin shifting into higher form, but to human thinking. It seems as if everything is regressing and getting worse. Those who do not understand what is taking place then react from their level of consciousness, which is often based in duality and separation. Spiritual evolution is unstoppable. The three-dimensional belief system that has governed life on Earth for eons must dissolve into its own nothingness in order to be replaced by that which is of a higher reality. This has always been known by truth-seekers, but many did not expect the journey from third through fourth and into fifth-dimensional energy to be filled with so much chaos and confusion. Rather, they envisioned a gentle transition into a happy, peaceful world without troublemakers. Let go of any and all concepts you may still hold with regard to what personal or global ascension should look like. Trust the divine plan to unfold as it will, for it is a process, a very powerful one that cannot be interfered with by those who simply don't like the idea. Individuals ascending into high-dimensional energy while remaining in their physical bodies has never before happened and is being observed with excitement by those in other dimensions. If an individual were to integrate high-resonating energy all at once without preparation, he would die, because his physical system would not be capable of assimilating it. This is why you are experiencing a process wherein remaining dense energies clear from cellular memory, and at the same time, those of a higher resonance integrate. The speed, timing, and readiness for this is determined by each one's higher self, so never compare your process with that of another. Not all are ready in this lifetime for the full integration of fifth-dimensional energy. In fact, they may be doing exactly what they came to do in this life, and attempts to enlighten someone when they are not yet ready will simply be interference. This is why it is important to let go of feeling the need to awaken friends and family in the false belief that you are doing them a favor. Always trust your intuition regarding who has ears to hear, and then you can lovingly share what you know. Occasionally, the mind of someone newly awakened to energy and truth interprets the integration of the higher and different frequencies as being an invader and resists it, causing the person to experience pain, negativity, and often fear. As the mind becomes accustomed to the process, these things subside. Allow, dear ones. You have reached a readiness for allowing. Allowing does not mean giving up in the sense of being powerless, but rather means choosing to live each now moment from your highest level of spiritual awareness, without attempting to heal, change, or correct it. It requires living truth 24/7, not just when it is convenient. In order to move into allowing, one must first understand it, because to human thinking, allowing makes no sense and seems contrary to three-dimensional beliefs about how to live a successful life. Allowing is a step in every person's evolutionary process as they attain a consciousness of one. This then allows them to live life from a place of trust and confidence, with awareness of the reality that underlies all appearances. You who read and resonate with these messages are ready to allow, otherwise you would not be interested or even understand this information. You have done the preparatory work throughout your many lifetimes. You have studied and practiced many different truths and had good, bad, and horrible learning experiences. You have lived in convents, monasteries and ashrams. You have been warriors and peacemakers, male and female, rich and poor, smart and stupid, healthy and sick, happy and miserable, free and slave. You are now qualified to accept the reality of who and what you are, and cease judging yourself by three-dimensional standards that have become obsolete for you. For lifetimes you have been taught, and even now the world still teaches, that your good is outside of you and you must do whatever it takes to get it. You are taught methods and techniques for attracting it to you even in metaphysical teachings. So-called experts in all areas of life have been endowed with the power to determine your choices, which in reality is a surrendering of the innate power every individual has as a divine being. All must eventually come to believe and trust that they are made of God's substance, divine consciousness, and therefore already embody everything that constitutes God: peace, harmony, abundance, safety and security, completeness, wholeness, intelligence, and that their reality is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient on every level. This constitutes absolute truth. Attaining the consciousness of it is what the journey is all about. Do not make the mistakes some have made when learning about oneness with God and then proceed to go about declaring that they need to nothing because I am God, or everything is illusion. Just ignore it. This is very foolish, because until truth becomes an attained state of consciousness, it remains just information and cannot manifest outwardly. Getting there is the evolutionary process. As truth integrates and becomes one's state of consciousness, he or she will begin to experience God qualities in their personal life, qualities that have always been fully present but were not accessible through human thinking. Remember, consciousness is the substance of form. Example, a medical doctor who has attained a consciousness of his or her completeness as a divine being will find the solution to some medical problem simply presents itself to his awareness without struggle. Mind interprets consciousness individually. That is, the mechanic will not get a new idea for surgery, nor will the surgeon receive information on how to fix his car, unless he asks and needs it. It is time to claim your divinity, rather than continuing to look at the idea of oneness as being simply a nice idea for those more spiritual than you. No one is more spiritual than another. None. The difference is that some know it and some don't. All the source expressing itself for it is all that exists. Religiosity has come to be thought of as spirituality. The trappings, rites, and rituals of many religions will dissolve as mankind becomes increasingly aware that they are already one with Source and don't need religious hoopla to make it happen. There are those who will continue to need these things as a first step in their awakening, and so they will not completely go away, but for most they will no longer be necessary. Every time you meet a challenge from your highest level of awareness, it becomes a part of the collective, where it then can be accessed by others who may need this exact solution in their life. Because there is only one, everyone's actions and thoughts automatically become a part of collective consciousness. As the collective is increasingly fed with energies of truth and light, higher forms can begin to emerge in the outer scene. You help to lift the collective simply through ordinary acts done or words spoken with spiritual awareness and love. This is the work. There is no need to become a world leader or guru in order to do what you came to do. It is simply a matter of living the truth you know about yourself and others in all situations. And as you do this, more awareness unfolds and opens you to new levels. Living truth is difficult during these times. Fear and anger make it very tempting to revert back to the familiar with solutions and thinking that worked in the past. However, the energy that once sustained many of these concepts no longer exists, making them unworkable. Each day brings increasingly higher light frequencies. You will feel them, but so, also, will those still fully enmeshed in illusion, often empowering them towards some sort of outer action. Acknowledge the light within every person, especially those causing problems. Visualize flames of light surrounding the earth and send light from your sacred heart sent to all of Earth's kingdoms, crystal or mineral, plant, animal, devic or elemental or nature spirit, and all people. Living life from this level need not be complicated. It does not require living alone on a mountain top, meditating day and night, although a few are still being called to simply hold the light. Rather, it is learning to live, be, and allow one's highest realized truth about God, self, and all life forms to govern your choices. You are silent, vigilant sentinels, observing and standing guard over truth, as you witness the play of illusion versus reality. You are ready. We are the Arcturian Group. Oct 25. Trust, we see your suffering, dear ones, and we witness the struggle of so many to remain objective in the midst of a world that seems to have gone mad, with people acting out in ways never seen or experienced before. Trust, dear ones, trust that there is indeed a divine plan unfolding that cannot be stopped by those who do not want the world to awaken. All is proceeding according to plan, but to three-dimensional thinking there is no plan. Most are, as of yet, unable to see or understand that there is a divine plan underlying outer appearances. Human minds steeped in beliefs of duality and separation are unable to grasp anything outside of the limiting belief system they live in, and so act in the only ways they know. You do know what is going on, and this why your job is to hold the light as an observer, doing what needs to be done, but in ways that reflect spiritual awareness. It is time to actually embrace being in the world, but not of it, and because the third dimension functions in time and space, the divine plan must unfold as a process. Do not accept everything you read and hear through news media sources, for they are often misinformed themselves, passing on information that has been skewed with falsehoods. Always let your intuition guide you in these matters, even with regard to spiritual messages, for some of these are not on the highest level, either, because a channel flows through the consciousness of the channeler. Anything that promotes fear and negativity is not reflective of the light. However, be alert to whether you are reacting to something from your present human mind level, or are being intuitively guided. It is easy to be fooled when something you simply do not wish to hear about or deal with in yourself is presented in a channel. Stay informed, while not aligning with the energy of that which you are being informed about, unless you are guided to become involved. Some are guided to be a part of the chaos, but they are those who have attained a consciousness that allows them to work from a detached level and bring light into situations. Never doubt that there are many light workers in the trenches at this time, but this work is not for most. Trust your intuition on this. Our message today is about trust. Not ordinary trust based in ideas, concepts, and beliefs reflective of the third-dimensional belief system, but a higher trust, one that springs from the realization that omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient divinity is the reality of who you are. This trust understands that the qualities of Source are already fully present within, available to express and be experienced, as truth becomes an attained state of consciousness. As the reality of oneness is understood, accepted, and becomes the consciousness of increasingly more individuals, many three-dimensional creations will dissolve, simply because the energy that formed them in the first place is no longer present to sustain and maintain them. This is beginning to happen now. Many obsolete belief structures are beginning to crumble, and much more is to come, which is very frightening for those who have placed hope and trust, safety and security in concepts. Allow everything that feels finished in your life to drop away, regardless of how well it once worked for you, in spite of the opposition you may get from those around you. Try not to mourn the loss of certain comfortable ways of living if they have been to feel old, but rather, rejoice in the knowledge that a spiritual idea underlies every outer manifestation, because you cannot make something out of nothing. When the energy that formed and has sustained many facets of three-dimensional living, like health, education, government, religion, relationships, etc. begins to dissolve, always know that only the lower resonating form or concept of the divine idea dissolves, never the reality. Divine ideas, permanently held in place by divine law, will always re-manifest in a new and higher resonating form, if allowed. Evolution is, and always has been, an ongoing process, but these times represent a particularly giant step of evolution. Everything, on all levels, automatically changes as the substance of it, consciousness, changes. Recycling is simply a higher form of waste disposal. Cars have replaced horses, the printing press replaced handwritten books, respect for nature is growing, and people are becoming increasingly aware of how unloving and unfair much that was previously considered acceptable is. God, being the only cause, can therefore be the only effect. Ask yourself, do I really believe in one omnipresent God, or do I continue to have many gods in my consciousness? The third-dimensional belief system has promoted gods of money, power, religious beliefs, fashion, physical appearance, employment, relationships, family, traditions, and much more. Anything a person deems to be necessary for happiness and success represents belief in a false god. Utilize these present down times to seriously reflect on this. A person cannot continue to worship one or more three-dimensional gods while at the same time believing that they accept the truth of one God. Ancient belief systems of many gods were about invisible beings and creatures that had power over everyone and needed to be appeased, often in some violent way. Now, replace images of these ancient gods with whatever you have allowed to become a personal god. Take time to go within and honestly ask, what am I worshipping in the outer scene? What have I made into a god? What do I continually dedicate my thought and action to attaining in the belief that I must have it in order to be happy? Examine your beliefs honestly, sincerely, and without judgment, dear ones, for this is the purpose of the present down times. Go within and discover what you may still hold as being true, real, necessary, unchangeable, and important, etc. And then decide if you wish to continue making it a part of your consciousness. Never allow self-judgment to interfere with your journey of self-examination, for it is a sacred process, a necessary part of evolution. You were taught, throughout lifetimes, to put your dependence and value in outer things, and you sincerely believed in the correctness of these teachings. However, those of you who read and understand these messages have attained a level of awareness that now makes these three-dimensional teachings obsolete. Many three-dimensional ideas have served well, and continue to serve some. But because you have shifted into a deeper awareness, these same things will no longer function for you as they once did. For a while, the mind will continue to express what it is familiar with: judgment and criticism, fear and negativity, longing and desires. Simply allow the old programming to flow through, aware of what is happening, and giving it no power. There is a Bible statement that says, "Let the heathen rage." If I am truly one with Source, divine consciousness in expression, then I am self-sustained, complete, and whole. So why do I continue to seek that which I already am, outside of myself? You have been on this journey of enlightenment for a very, very long time, dear ones, and have reached a fork in the road. Do I stay on a path that has worked pretty well for many lifetimes and brought me some success and happiness? Or do I take a chance on this unfamiliar path that seems to be drawing me toward it? It is a frightening time for the world, a time in which much that has worked in the past is no longer working, and everything seems to be getting worse. The dense energy creations now surfacing and shocking many have always been present, well sustained and maintained, but out of majority awareness, and those that did become aware were often silenced. You have not failed, for you cannot fail. Let go of all remaining concepts about spirituality and what you must do or not do in order to be spiritual. These teachings were valid steps along your evolutionary path, but are now simply part of that which you were ready to let go of. You have moved on and no longer need former tools once so important to your awakening process. Use these present times to discover and release concepts you may still hold about what constitutes failure or success on the physical, emotional, mental, or spiritual level. Acknowledge your talents, your reality, your gifts, the truth of your being, and accept what you discover, dear ones. Denying one's talents and divine light never represents humility, as many have been taught, but rather is its opposite, a rejection of one's true nature as one. Let go, let go, let go, and allow the divine consciousness that you are to live and express itself through and as you. These times are the reason you came and why you have devoted so much of your life to spiritual study, growth and awareness. The world needs your light now, and you are fully capable of doing this work. Trust. We are the Arcturian Group. Nov 8. Hold the light, dear readers. We welcome you with love in these times of turmoil, confusion, fear, and uncertainty. Because a great deal of what the unawakened ones consider as being essential to successful living is changing or actually disappearing. Many of them have embraced resistance and futile attempts to keep the status quo. High vibration frequencies of light are exposing many long-buried, low-resonating creations formed of false beliefs based in duality and separation. They are surfacing the world over, being seen and recognized for what they really represent by increasingly more people each day. You are witnessing exactly what you came to witness, the dissolution of old energy, which, in turn, will allow the spiritual evolution of the third dimension to unfold. If you read and feel alignment with these messages, then you are not a spiritual beginner who just happened to get caught on Earth during these times. You have attained a state of consciousness capable of holding truth while witnessing appearances of lower resonance. This is the work. It is what you came to do and is why you chose to incarnate when you did. It is no accident that you happened to be on Earth at the very time of her ascension. Cease believing yourselves to be powerless humans, subject to every physical, emotional, and mental belief floating about in the three-dimensional collective. You must begin to accept and live as the powerful and spiritually evolved beacons of light that you are, well prepared to do what you came to do, which is to live in the density of a three-dimensional world but not be of it. As of yet, the majority does not realize that they are one with God or Source, carrying within themselves everything they have sought and hoped for. These dear ones are meeting world situations the best way they can according to their present state of consciousness, which is frequently through some violent form of grasping for what they believe they need or are entitled to, be it peace of mind or material goods. Remain alert to inadvertently aligning with the lower resonating energies of fear and hopelessness so abundant at this time. Be in the world, but not of it. It is very easy to energetically align with what you are presently hearing and seeing. At the same time, Do not confuse spiritual detachment with total disregard for those who are suffering. Even though you know the illusory nature of forms of duality and separation, you cannot be the ostrich that sticks its head in the sand. There will be occasions when you will need to somewhat play the game in order to assist others in some needed way. Always trust your intuition on these occasions. Hold to center in each now moment, never forgetting that God is the only power, the only reality, the only cause, and therefore the only effect in spite of what you may see. When you feel yourself getting sucked into lower resonating energies, stop, recenter, and focus on the truth of I am. I am divine being who has chosen to temporarily experience the dense energies of the third dimension, keeping in mind, always, that this is true also of every person. It helps to do mini meditations during the day that keep you centered and remind you of who and what you are. At the stoplight, while waiting for someone, in the bathroom, at your desk, folding laundry. Just a blink, a second that indicates your intention to align with the reality of your being. I am. Send light often, through frequent eyes open mini meditations. Visualize Earth surrounded with bright white or golden light while holding no intention other than to send love and light. There is no need to tell the light what to do, because light is high vibration energy as it is perceived by the human mind, and when you send it, you are sending unconditional love, divine energy. You may see colors change or become something new. You have all lived many lifetimes under the influence of the third dimensional belief system. Some of these lives were short and some long. Some were happy and some were miserable, even to the extent of being tortured to death. However, the accumulated experiences from these many lifetimes have brought you to the level of spiritual awareness you now have. During these lifetimes, your energy field integrated and stored some lower resonating energies from that particular time. Disease, fear, frustration, lack, expressing as physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual pain remain alive and well, until the particular energy maintaining them is cleared and no longer a part of consciousness. Remember, consciousness is the substance of form. You have already cleared a great deal of old energy, simply through allowing higher levels of truth to become your state of consciousness as well as through dreams. Trust that your higher self will allow each new step to unfold as you are ready. When dense physical, emotional, mental, or spiritual issues surface, it means they are presenting to be recognized and cleared because you are ready. You are no longer beginners, subject to the random accidents and events that often occur to those living fully in three-dimensional energy. Some evolved individuals question and believe that they have, somehow, spiritually failed when one or more negative issues suddenly appear in their usually harmonious lives. No, dear ones, you can never fail. Rather, you are graduating, finally prepared to release and move beyond whatever remaining false concepts and beliefs you may still hold. Trust that you indeed have the tools with which to meet every situation. Most of you are no longer clearing in a major way, but rather are in the process of integrating higher frequencies of light. The integration process can be difficult for the physical body, because every organ and function is changing its vibration. The mind frequently translates the Ascension symptoms that accompany energy integration as disease or a problem. New meridians are being formed to carry the higher resonating energies, DNA is changing, and all systems are upgrading. Allow the process. We have stated that there is a divine plan, but there has been some confusion with this. The divine plan is not a three-dimensional plan where this will happen at this time and then that will happen at that time. The divine plan that is forever in place and can never be stopped or put aside is the evolution of every individual soul into full awareness of their oneness with God. Many continue holding three-dimensional concepts of what the divine plan should look like, not realizing that the people themselves are interpreting and creating the divine plan. Keep this in mind when you are tempted to give power to officials, elections, government, or anything in the outer scene, for none of these things can stop the divine plan. It really doesn't matter who wins elections. Nothing can deter the divine plan. The spiritual awakening of every soul is ordained by divine law, simply because oneness is the reality. It can be delayed through free will, but never stopped. Keep your focus on this and not outer appearances. Stop feeding the illusions. There is no puppet master in the sky with strings attached to every person. It is time to accept that every person is their own puppet master. For those of you who are spiritually awake, the time is long gone for seeking outwardly to people, places, or things to save you. Governments, experts, family, or religious doctrines and practices served as tools along the way, but you no longer need them. Everything in the outer can rise no higher than the state of consciousness from which it springs, and placing trust and dependence on them simply aligns you with that state of consciousness. Earth has reached a point of readiness for new and higher experiences as per the divine plan. Personal and global evolution will continue to express through outer events that may not appear to be very spiritual. The incarnation of many evolved souls capable of lifting collective energy to where change could begin to manifest was necessary, and you volunteered. Know that you are qualified to do this work. It is why you came, dear holders of light. We are the Arcturian Group. Know of 22. Thanksgiving, gratitude and love. Greetings, dear readers. Emotions of both sadness and celebration presently reflect world energy, due to people's inability to return to what is familiar. Know that there is a purpose to all that is presently going on. Circumstances are forcing many to reassess how they have been living their lives, what they believe as true or important, and if there may be a better way. Much that, up to now, has been simply accepted, is beginning to be more closely examined from a higher perspective. Life as you have known it cannot return to exactly as it previously was, simply because the energy maintaining and sustaining many of its three-dimensional creations is dissolving by virtue of the increasing presence of high-resonating energy. As collective consciousness evolves, so do its material expressions. Always remember, consciousness is the substance of form. World consciousness has reached a place of readiness for Earth's next step in the divine plan of all, eventually awakening to their oneness with Source. It is a step, but not yet the fullness. Some will experience it more than others, and it will take a few more lifetimes for some. Allow the process, dear ones, allow the process. The process may not be, or even resemble, what you had in mind, but trust that, personally and globally, a new phase of the divine plan is unfolding, one unaffected by three-dimensional thinking, plotting, planning, or scheming. Keep your consciousness filled with the knowledge that every individual, regardless of how ignorant of truth he or she may be, is in reality not ego-based humanhood, an expression of God, for nothing else exists from which they could be made. As, increasingly, truth becomes the substance of your thoughts and actions, It becomes your state of consciousness, where, without thought, you are adding increasingly more light energy to collective consciousness, where it will at some point begin to manifest in the world as higher and better ways of living. This is how things will change. It has begun. Many of you are about to celebrate the holiday called Thanksgiving, a day set aside for expressing gratitude for the things in your life that you are thankful for. Gratitude is much more than a polite response to something received. Gratitude is a facet of love, and as such, is in and of the divine. Love and gratitude are two ends of the same stick. At some point in every person's spiritual journey, they must cease looking to a person, business, job, family, group, or friend, etc. for gratitude, even if deserved, because only God has gratitude to give. Thanksgiving is the perfect occasion for examining your beliefs about gratitude. Have I been looking and expecting gratitude from outside of myself, from my job, my family, a friend, or even the random stranger I may have helped? Know that no person in and of themselves has love or gratitude to give, and so, seeking it from a person, even one you would expect it from, can only result in disappointment and a sense of separation from your true self. Only God has love and gratitude to give, and therefore, these things must be sought where they exist, from within, from the fullness of your own divinity. When you look for love and gratitude within, where the fullness of all that is real exists, it will flow in ways and from those you may have never expected it, because you have opened the door to your sacred storehouse. Love and gratitude frequently do not come from those you would naturally expect, hope, or want it from, but if you seek it where it exists, it will manifest. The error of the human condition is, and always has been, in looking to persons or conditions for what only God has to give. Gratitude, just as with all God qualities, flows through individuals, but never from them. Example, if you limit your finances to being personal, they will be limited and reflect duality. But once you attain a consciousness of abundance as being ever-present, infinite, and never personal, because it is a facet of the unlimited divine consciousness that you are, it can flow in ways you may least expect. You are spiritually ready to understand and accept that no person in and of themselves has love, gratitude, peace, joy, happiness, understanding, abundance, appreciation, etc. to give you. These are God qualities, and to seek them outside of where they exist simply perpetuates the illusory human condition. Express gratitude often, allowing it to flow freely in every moment. Don't apologize for donating only 1 penny if that penny represents your highest and best. Simply let it flow out in the realization that that penny is not coming from a limited amount that can be depleted, but rather is an expression of an unlimited source within you. As you pay bills, shop, or donate, remember that it is flowing through you from an infinite well that never runs dry, and not from a personal, limited source, regardless of how it may seem. Let Thanksgiving, during these times of stress, confusion, and change, be a time for rejoicing in the fact that you have attained a state of consciousness able to recognize the underlying reality of all things in the material world. My car may be a junker, but in reality is a 3-dimensional expression of omnipresence. That person is acting like a real jerk, but I know his essence is divine. The spiritually evolved know that every person, condition, thing, or life form is a spiritual reality being interpreted materially according to the consciousness of the individual and or collective. This is absolute truth, but a person is only able to experience it as they attain the consciousness of it. Attaining a consciousness of the Absolute is what constitutes the spiritual evolutionary journey of every individual, whether or not they know or accept it. None will, or ever can, be dropped from or quit the divine plan. For, like it or not, God is the essence of every individual. Gratitude for something received is the common belief about gratitude, but you reading these messages are ready to bring gratitude to a higher level, through understanding that love and gratitude are God qualities and no man or woman in and of themselves has them to give. This realization will remove you from the painful experiences of expecting and not receiving love or gratitude from another. Our wish for all who celebrate the Thanksgiving holiday is that they begin to experience the true love and gratitude they carry within. For those who do not celebrate this holiday, the message is the same. We are the Arcturian Group. Deck 6. Meditating, Clearing, Ascending. Dear readers, welcome. Always know that our messages are sent on energy streams of love and encouragement, for we are well aware of your weariness. Know that all is proceeding according to plan. The plan may not fit your idea of a high-resonating spiritual plan, but know that all is as it must be in order for those still heavily entrenched in the third-dimensional belief system to begin opening to higher ways of seeing. Never forget that you chose to be on Earth during these times of chaos and confusion. No one is ever forced to incarnate, although some younger souls occasionally need strong encouragement. You were those spiritually prepared and strong enough to live lives of light during times of dark, while helping others through example and words. Be at peace by staying centered in each now moment. Meditate often. Frequent meditations can be just a simple, gentle resting in oneness with Source done throughout the day. These meditations need not be long, just a second or two at your desk, in the bathroom, washing dishes, etc. But frequent short meditations help to keep you centered and eventually become your state of consciousness. The short meditations do not eliminate the need for longer ones. Longer meditations without a lot of three-dimensional hoopla allow you to more deeply connect with self and signal to your higher self that you are ready for more. Let your intuition guide you, but never sit for hours waiting for or expecting some three-dimensional concept to appear, for this simply puts you in a mental state rather than the alert awareness of true spiritual meditation. Know that when meditation is entered into with the pure intention of more deeply connecting with Source, rather than the seeking of some perceived outcome, something always happens, but often on levels that you are, as of yet, unable to access. Meditation, which is your alignment with Source, always bears fruit and will manifest outwardly in some way when least expected. Don't look for or expect effects of some kind during or after meditation, for they simply represent three-dimensional concepts about meditation. Yes, there may be experiences, but allow them, don't create them. Always remember that you are not just a physical body with a consciousness. You are individualized infinite divine consciousness with a light body. In the density of third-dimensional energy, this real and permanent light body remains present. The material or physical body is a mind-formed interpretation of the light body, formed from and reflective of consciousness. Mind interpreting consciousness in or as the outer. What do I hold in my consciousness? Much that is being presented through media sources is not wholly accurate. It is colored and given in bits and pieces designed to add drama to world events. Living as a spiritually centered observer helps avoid getting caught up in and aligning with the lower resonating energy of the dramas. Always allow your intuition to guide you, and step back if you find yourself becoming emotionally caught up in some event or piece of news. Let the negative emotions that may arise flow through and out, without claiming them as being personally yours. This is being in the world, but not of it. As you learn to trust and rely on your intuition, your inner guidance, it becomes easier to quickly ascertain when something is being made up in order to manipulate others into thinking or believing in a certain way versus being the truth about it. Most of you are already receiving intuitive information about all sorts of ordinary things, but, nevertheless, continue to doubt and compare it to what others may think. The more you trust and rely on your intuition, the stronger and more accurate it gets. Many are going to be exposed for what they really represent. At first you will be shocked, but then will become more open to change regarding many commonly accepted beliefs and actions. Stand aside and allow the process, because you are those aware that something much bigger than the general public understands is taking place. Never allow the outer scene to drag you back into a sense of separation from source and others. Fear is no longer a facet of your consciousness, because you have evolved beyond the need for it, but will be occasionally tempted to invite it back in. When the temptation to give power to fear or other negative emotions arises, don't resist, but simply pause and silently remind yourself, I am. These two words carry powerful high-dimensional energy that will recenter you when and if embraced spiritually. The energy of the three-dimensional world is rapidly changing and manifesting outwardly as chaos. When high-resonating frequencies of light pour onto low-resonating ones, the result is the stirring up of everything in and of a lower resonance. Higher resonating frequencies dissolve the lower resonating ones, and this is taking place now in the world where many do not want anything to be dissolved. Those who do not understand what is spiritually taking place believe that everything must return to exactly the way it was, but this will be impossible, because the energy that maintained and sustained many three-dimensional creations in their present form no longer exists. This is why we continually advise that you allow the process. Trust that everything is unfolding according to plan. The world has entered an evolutionary shift, and attempts to stop it will be futile. In order to live from a level of spiritual trust, a person must first fully embrace and accept that divine consciousness is the reality of their being. In spite of what you have been taught, the reality is that you are not, and never have been, a fragile human being in need of constant protection from every good and bad belief floating around in three-dimensional collective consciousness. It is time to actually, and without conditions, excuses, doubts, fears, false humility, or appearances, accept your priesthood. In order to do this, you must be willing to let go of the beliefs and practices that helped you at an earlier time, but which you have since outgrown. Nothing can make you more spiritual than you already are and always have been. Can you accept this, and trust that your divine self knows how to live itself as you without your help? Or is the prospect of moving on without familiar metaphysical and religious tools and practices just too scary? There is absolutely no judgment in these words, for we are fully aware that not all are ready for this leap, but those who want to ascend into the higher dimensional frequencies that are becoming available at this time must decide which side of the fence they want to be on. Lower resonating energy cannot come with a person into the higher frequencies. which is the reason clearings of old energy from cellular memory, consciousness, and energy fields have been taking place. For those seeking true spiritual realization, it is no longer possible to live with one foot in the three-dimensional world and the other in truth. Clinging to outgrown spiritual practice is meant to bring a person closer to God. After once realizing that you have never been separate from God, creates a deeper sense of separation than before. There is nothing wrong with these practices in and of themselves. They served you well in the past and continue to assist many out of their long-held concepts about God as being an unapproachable man in the sky. However, most of you have been there, done that. Some who are very spiritually evolved and ready for their next step continue holding to practices, rites, and rituals that they have long outgrown in the belief that these things take them deeper and will push them further along the road to realization. No, dear ones, at some point you must accept that you already are everything you have sought through these practices. When enough old energy has cleared, and spiritual readiness is determined by the higher self, not you personally, realization happens. Acceptance of this dissolves the driving need to do, allowing one to simply be. Life becomes much easier when the responsibilities and work of saving yourself is given over to divine consciousness. You no longer worry about saying or thinking the right or wrong thing, or doing something not considered spiritual, because you now realize that everything is already spiritual. The intention underlying every action is what causes it to resonate with a lower or higher frequency. You have lived many lifetimes unaware that you were powerful beings, creators, embodying all the qualities of Source, but you know it now and must at some point actually accept it. Most of you studied in the mystery schools and may still carry the energy of tools you learned and fully embraced while there. All of you, at some time or another, took vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience during one or several lives lived in convents, ashrams, or monasteries. Until cleared, the powerful energy of a vow taken sincerely and with an open heart will continue to function and manifest as life experiences. Example: there are some who experience financial lack their entire lives, regardless of education, practices, right actions, etc. For them it may very well be that a vow or several vows of poverty are still very much alive and well in their cellular memory. When issues of lack consistently manifest, reassess your beliefs regarding lack and limitation, recognizing that lack has no law to support it, because God, your true self, is self-sustained and self-maintained. Lack perfectly manifests the belief in separation. It is a good idea for every person to sit quietly with no distractions and consciously state their intention to, once and for all, completely clear any remaining energy from vows, promises, and/or attachment to another from this and all other lifetimes. Use whatever words you want to, because it is intention that is important, rather than words. You need only do this once. Making it an ongoing practice simply gives these old energies new life by endowing them, once again, with power. You have reached a place where you must accept that there is nothing you need to do in order to be spiritual. Most of the time you won't even feel spiritual. So don't look for that as a measure. Feeling spiritual is a myth perpetuated through organized religions, movies, TV shows, and holy cards. Spirituality is simply the ability, through spiritual growth and evolution, to meet every experience with love. It is going to work, raking leaves, buying and selling, cooking, taking care of someone, etc., etc. From a consciousness that knows and trusts that your higher self knows where you need to be, when, and how to get you there. With so very much love, we are the Arcturian Group. Deck 20, Your Personal Christmas Story. Welcome, dear readers. We hope our message will bring better understandings and peace to you all during these times of confusion and chaos. Like everything else, holiday celebrations will be different this year when many traditions and religious gatherings are limited or banned. Do not allow yourselves to be defined by your traditions in the belief that without them there can be no joy or proper celebration. Try to understand that present down times are actually serving a good purpose, because they are drawing many into a deeper awareness of how some of their current life choices hold them in place and block them from moving in new directions. Traditions are created by beliefs and customs handed down from generation to generation through words and practice, until they become necessary to those involved rather than being a choice. Traditions often dictate that certain occasions or gatherings must follow an established protocol that usually has rules regarding the correct time, words, or actions to be taken. Tradition remains alive and well in organized religions, ethnic and cultural groups, families, and countries, and is often endowed with power by and over the participants. Traditions can be fun-filled and uplifting, unless or until they become something that cannot be breached, changed, or eliminated without real or imagined consequences. At that point they become idol worship. It can be emotionally painful when activities you enjoy are no longer available, but keep in mind that something much bigger than what you have grown accustomed to is taking place at this time. Allow the process to unfold. Ask yourselves, is it really important that this thing, event, tradition, practice, etc., take place exactly as it has always has, or are present conditions teaching me to examine my belief system and think in new ways? Present downtimes offer opportunities for personal reflection, inner growth, and an honest examination of one's choices and beliefs. Many are beginning to understand that there are other and even better ways of living than what they have long held as being right or unchangeable. Many are beginning to integrate and express personal empowerment through making choices to do, change, not do, or eliminate some aspect of their lives that feels finished, regardless of family pressure, education, earlier goals, etc. Most seasonal traditions will return with a great deal of hoopla from those who believe them to be sacred and necessary, and also by businesses who sell the accompanying products. Those who have taken advantage of present downtimes to examine their belief system and allow the old and finished to release will discover, when celebrations are once again allowed, that they no longer resonate in the same way, because consciousness has changed. Traditions often become security blankets for those who hold them as being necessary and unchangeable. In order to evolve into a higher state of awareness, everyone must withdraw the power they have endowed on some person, place, or thing, because it represents an activity of separation. We do not refer to the respect, honor, and gratitude naturally due to certain individuals, but we speak of worship and emulation that far exceeds normal appreciation. God, your true self, does not need a security blanket, be it a tradition, belief, or concept. We have spoken about the true meaning of Christmas many times, but we will speak of it once again, because Christmas is on the minds of so many at this time. In its truest sense, The birth of Jesus represents the birth of Christ consciousness that takes place at a point of readiness in every person's evolutionary journey. Every soul eventually comes to an inner place devoid of everything previously dependable and depended upon. This is the dark night of the soul, and can last for some time. The Christ can never be born into a consciousness that is already filled with three-dimensional beliefs, and this phase of the journey is represented by no room at the inn. When everything familiar fails and the person is forced to look deeper, he begins his inner journey. The solitary journey Mary and Joseph took to Bethlehem. This is usually an uncomfortable and lonely time, depending upon one's resistance to change. He, perhaps over lifetimes, eventually finds refuge in a humble stable, his consciousness now devoid of beliefs in two powers and separation from Source, where, surrounded by simplicity and peace, he is now prepared to give birth to Christ consciousness. Those with eyes to see, the wise men, recognize, are drawn to, and give gifts of gratitude to the Christ, enlightened consciousness. Birthing the Christ consciousness of your own being has been termed ascension or realization. The Christ is already, and has always been, fully present within every person, but cannot manifest outwardly until it is recognized, accepted, and becomes one's attained state of consciousness. Christ is not a man. It is an attained title meaning illumined or light, and is available to every individual, because it is every person's true selfhood. This is the point at which the followers of many world religions block themselves from spiritually evolving into a consciousness of higher truth. To believe that priesthood belongs only to a certain person is idolatry, the pagan worship of a god. When we believe someone or something to be more spiritual, deserving, or blessed than ourselves or everyone else, we are in full acceptance of the belief in separation. Jesus, Jeshua, attained Christ consciousness, but so can you. He tried to tell this to the people of his time, but they were unable to understand and simply continued, and still continue, to worship him as being the only Son of God, better, holier, and separate from everyone else. Mankind has evolved and today is better able to understand the message of the first Christmas on this deeper level. As with the original story, the newborn Christ of every person needs to be held secretly and sacredly within until it grows stronger. It needs to be protected from the well-meaning heroes that often exist in families, friends, co-workers, churches, etc., who will try and take it from you, for your own good, of course. Know that as you evolve more deeply into the realization of your true self as divine consciousness, the high resonating energy of your consciousness expands further into your energy field, where it then automatically dissipates many areas of shadow, pockets of old, denser energy. This is why it is so important at this time to align with your true identity as a God being, rather than continuing to put effort into fixing, clearing, and removing three-dimensional appearances. Not everyone is spiritually ready for this step, but you reading these messages are, or they would make no sense to you. As you grow into ever-deepening awareness, the light of your own consciousness begins to automatically dissolve many of the issues still troubling you, because the higher frequencies always dissolve those of a lower resonance. The clearing of old energy is usually a process that begins with the awareness that three-dimensional issues reflect and are formed of three-dimensional beliefs in them. This is followed by a willingness to surrender these beliefs and replace them with truth, which then unlocks the door to new and higher solutions and resolutions. Some things need to be addressed on a conscious level, but many do not, often simply dropping away without you even noticing until at some later point you realize that they are no longer an issue. Life becomes much easier when the struggle to fix, heal, correct, or change the things you don't like about yourself ceases. Allow the light of your divinity to shine into every aspect of your life. From a young age, everyone is told by parents, teachers, experts, government, and religious leaders how to live according to the belief system of those doing the teaching. Everyone is taught that they must do this, do that, never think this way, change their thoughts, let go of certain ambitions, etc., etc., if they want to be happy or accepted. Do not allow old personal programming to continue making choices for you. It is a time for spiritual empowerment, to stand in truth and leave behind teachings that may have served you once, but which you have long outgrown. You are ready for this deeper step, dear ones, ready to embrace your divine nature and release that human sense of self with problems that must be fixed. We are not saying that human footsteps are not to be taken, or that you must never avail yourself of assistance from those who can help you in some way. When you feel the need for assistance of any sort, always ask within and let yourself be intuitively guided to those who work from a higher level of consciousness, rather than those who may be popular or touted as being the best. Trust your intuition in every area of your life, from choosing the right dentist to finding a plumber, because life becomes much easier and intuition stronger when you allow it to be your guide. You are ready to move beyond seeking only three-dimensional solutions to problems, personally and globally. Continuing to depend on what is familiar or generally accepted will simply hold you in alignment with that particular energy. Never attempt to live absolute truth before attaining the consciousness of it, for you will be disappointed and question what you have learned, believing that it really wasn't true and doesn't work. Your first step is to recognize that outer appearances are illusion, three-dimensional mind interpretations of reality having no law to support or maintain them. The next step is to embrace what really is true, through acknowledging one omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient God as the only cause and therefore the only effect. These steps gradually create for you a holy place, state of consciousness, in which your Christ can and will eventually be born. We are the Arcturian Group.